Hey guys, before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask you something gentle. Are you feeling sleepy? If you're not quite there yet, that's alright. We'll drift slowly, one breath at a time. That's why this small part of the world exists, just for moments like this. But before your eyes get heavy, would you share something with me? What time is it where you are? Which country surrounds you right now? What kind of night rests outside your window? Drop it in the comments if you'd like. Even something small. Like 2:01 a.m. Warsaw, silent frost, or 1:19 a.m. Tokyo, soft rain. I read them all. It reminds me that even in the quietest moments, we're closer than we think. Tonight, I want to take you somewhere most people never dream of resting. Not a bedroom. Not a cabin, not even a field. We're going inside a steel machine, thick, armored. Walls, no windows, no softness. The place where dreams go missing and time stretches like wire. It's 1943. Somewhere along the eastern lines, hidden by brush and shadow. A new crew arrives, barely older than boys. Among them is Lucas. His hands were never made for war. Small, pale, always holding something gently. A pen, a fork, a folded letter. His voice was quiet, more often listening than speaking. The others joked that he looked like he belonged in a bookstore, not a tank. But he knew the engine like a prayer. The tank was a Panzer IV, 42,000 kilograms of iron and memory. 5 crew members, no room for doubt. You could not stand up inside it. You could not lie down. You sat. You curled. You waited. The heat came from the engine. The cold came from the steel. There was always one too much. When the hatch sealed, there were no stars. Only the soft whir of ventilation and the occasional creak that no one wanted to hear. Inside, there were no days, just oil, breath, orders. They did not talk about outside. The sky was too far away. Lucas had never felt silence the way he felt. It, in that space, not even in church. It was a silence that clung to your skin, pressed between your ribs, made your ears ring even when no one spoke. The kind of silence that makes your memories louder than the room. He remembered his mother's tomato plants, the ones on the windowsill that tilted toward the light. He remembered how she hummed while washing clothes, and how his father tapped on steel like it was alive. Inside the tank, everything was different. There were no plants, no glass, no songs, only buttons, levers, and the weight of something coming. They told him it was safe, that the armor could stop almost anything. But Lucas knew what the metal felt like when it vibrated wrong. He could feel when the bolts weren't sitting right, or when the left tread dragged just slightly. He had a sense for trouble, not the dramatic kind, the quiet kind, like when the engine took 1 second too long to turn over, or when the brakes sighed too slowly. These were the things he listened to, not the gunfire, not the orders, just the tank, the breathing beast they all depended on. The others were louder than him. Victor cursed under his breath while loading shells. Emil smoked in bursts, one after the other, like punctuation, and Anton, the commander, barely blinked. He stared through the periscope like it was part of him. But Lucas, he watched their boots, the way they shifted when nervous, the way their fingers trembled, even when the rest of them pretended to be steel. He kept a piece of paper tucked into the seam of his seat, a note from his sister. Only 4 words, but he read them every time the hatch closed. Tonight, this story won't be about combat. Not really. It will be about what happens when you seal 5 lives into a space meant for steel and fire. About the kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from running, but from holding yourself still for too long. It's about sleep that never arrives fully, about dreams that are too loud, about hands that shake, not from fear, but from holding into much. It's about Lucas, about the way he listened to the tank like a heartbeat, about what he remembered, and what he forgot. So wherever you are right now, let your breath slow. Let the world beyond your door fade. Let the weight of today slip gently off your shoulders, and come with me inside the iron shell where no one slept. The first time Lucas stepped inside the tank, he thought the space would feel bigger. On paper, the measurements had seemed manageable, but the moment the hatch closed behind him, it felt as if the air had been pushed out. The walls were closer than he expected. The metal around him carried no echo, only the muffled weight of breath and movement. Every surface had a purpose. No softness, no corners, no places to rest your back without brushing against something cold or mechanical. It wasn't designed for people, it was designed to survive. He ducked his head instinctively, even though he'd already memorized the clearance. Every man who entered the tank walked with a slight hunch, as if the ceiling would suddenly drop. The floor was layered, in dust and grease and the kind of grime that didn't come from a single day. Boots had stamped the same paths over and over again. It was a world of repetition. Sit, check, turn, load, wait. It felt more like being inside a wound than a vehicle. Even the light, when it flickered from the dashboard panels, was tinged with red and yellow, never white. White had no place here. There were no beds, no bunks, just benches and corners, places to lean when the engine stopped. When they were parked in the woods, hidden beneath tree netting, the men would stay inside for hours, sometimes days. Outside was always too dangerous, and so they sat, folded, cramped. Lucas had learned early to sleep with his chin to his chest, elbows tucked in, back pressed to the corner near the gearbox. It wasn't real sleep. It was more like absence, like blinking for a very long time. When he woke, his legs tingled, his neck burned, but he never complained. The others slept noisily. Victor snored. Emil talked through his teeth. Even Anton, who rarely showed signs of being human, would grunt in his sleep. Sometimes their heads bumped against one another. Sometimes they woke up without knowing who had shifted first. The tank was too small for privacy, too loud for dreams. But there was no other place to go. Even stepping outside for a breath of air felt like rolling a dice that no one wanted to play with. So they remained inside. Always inside, Lucas began to notice the patterns. The ticking of the cooling pipes as they settled after a long drive. The way the vent above his head would let in a faint whistle of wind if parked just right. The rhythm of Victor's breathing when it finally evened out just before dawn. These became the lullabies he listened for. Not music, not silence, just the sounds of things continuing. Continuing was the only goal. There was no comfort to be found, just moments that didn't hurt. He tried once to imagine his old bed, the mattress, the worn wool blanket, the way the springs used to squeak when he turned over too fast. But the memory faded quickly, replaced by the smell of diesel and cordite, and the ever-present awareness that at any moment the tank could be asked to move again. And once it moved, it wouldn't stop. Not until they were given a reason, or taken away from one. On one of the first nights inside, he sat awake while the others dozed. The hatch had been sealed for nearly 12 hours. He counted every bolt. Above him, there were 24. He imagined unscrewing them one by one, letting the ceiling fall open like a lid. But there was no sky above them anymore. Not really, just the weight of armor and mud. Just the rules that said they couldn't leave until told. He folded the letter from his sister back into his coat, read it silently. The words were fading, smudged by sweat. But he didn't need the ink anymore. He had memorized the curve of every letter. Some nights, Emil would toss his cigarette butts into the corner behind the ammo rack. Lucas hated that. Not because of the mess, but because it meant forgetting how flammable they all were. One spark could mean everything, but no one spoke about those kinds of things. It was easier not to say it out loud. The crew functioned better. When they didn't name the risks, they all knew them. They just didn't want to bring them into the room. Lucas found himself listening for the creaks. Not the loud ones, but the small, almost inaudible ones. The tank spoke when it shifted. The plates settling, the gear rods cooling, the echoes from earlier movement taking their time to fade. These were his companions. They were not kind, but they were honest. They reminded him the tank was alive in its own way, not caring, but present time passed differently inside. There were no windows, no sun to chase across the sky. The only hint of outside was the light that sometimes poured through the periscope when someone forgot to cover it. And even that was filtered, distant, barely real. Days became blocks. Sleep was no longer tied to night. You rested when you could. Ate when something was passed to you. Spoke only when necessary. Victor once said that tanks weren't made for people with thoughts. That to survive inside one, you had to let go of all the things that made you human. Feelings, memories, doubts. Lucas wondered if that was true, or if it just made it easier for Victor to ignore the things he'd left behind. Lucas couldn't forget, not yet. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the back wall of the bakery on his street. The one with the old brick chimney and the ivy that always looked like it was reaching for the roof. He would hold that image until sleep took him. Not because it comforted him, but because it reminded him there was a world outside of iron. The tank rattled in its sleep. Even when still, it vibrated, a kind of humming that settled into your bones. Lucas pressed his palm to the wall, feeling the faint pulse of it. He imagined it was the heartbeat of something enormous, something indifferent. Not a monster, not a friend, just a thing that continued. And in that moment, it was enough to make his eyes drift closed. Not fully, not peacefully, but enough. Inside the iron shell, no one really slept, not the way they used to. They rested, they faded, they paused. And in between, they waited for the next time the engine would roar and the silence would end. The engine did not start with a roar. It began with a cough, like something half alive remembering how to wake. The first turn of the crank sent a tremble through the entire chassis, shaking the bolts in their sockets and setting dust loose from the corners. Lucas felt it before he heard it. A hum in his spine, a shift in pressure. Then came the growl, low and constant, like an animal clearing its throat endlessly. No part of the tank was quiet after that. The steel floor vibrated against his boots. The panels near his shoulder ticked from heat, and the air grew thicker with every passing minute. The crew said you got used to it, that eventually the noise would become background. But Lucas never. The engine sat just behind him, a wall of heat and motion. It roared in cycles, like breathing with lungs too big for the room. Even when the tank was still, the engine did not rest. It rumbled softly, a warning, a reminder. Every breath Lucas took was shaped by it. The air was never fresh, always tinged with oil, smoke, and something metallic that coated the inside of your mouth. When the tank moved, that air grew hotter, denser, as if the space was shrinking around them. He learned to breathe differently inside. Short, shallow pulls through the nose, held for a moment, then released like he didn't want the engine to. Notice deep breaths hurt. The heat made your chest ache. The smell burned behind the eyes. Victor swore by a rag soaked in vinegar, tied around his neck and lifted over his nose when things got bad. Emil just smoked through it. Anton didn't react at all. Lucas kept his head down, eyes closed when he could, and counted between each exhale. Anything to keep the panic away. Panic in a tank was worse than noise, worse than heat. It made the walls feel closer. It made the engine sound louder. The days they drove for hours were the worst. Long stretches of frozen terrain, the tank crawling forward with no destination in sight. The engine would scream on inclines, strain on turns, settle into a deep mechanical groan when cruising. They spoke little during those hours, not because they had nothing to say, but because the engine drowned out every word. You could shout, but your voice would break before it reached anyone. Lucas learned to read eyes instead. A glance from Emil meant hand over a ration tin. A raised brow from Anton meant check the gear alignment. The engine took their voices and replaced them with movement. Sometimes the tank would stop for no reason. The orders would pause, or the radio would crackle into silence. But the engine would keep running. Lucas never trusted those moments. The idling sound was more unnerving than motion. It throbbed, uncertain, like a heartbeat looking for rhythm. He would press his palm to the side panel, feeling the engine pulse through the metal. He imagined it was thinking, waiting, deciding whether to go or stay. No one talked during idle. They sat still, stared ahead, listening to the possibility of something happening. On colder mornings, the engine protested. It took longer to warm, let out sharp bangs that echoed through the shell. The crew would tense with every sound, waiting to see if it would fail. Lucas always watched the gauges, not trusting them, but hoping for consistency. The temperature. Needle moved too slowly. The pressure gauge danced even when the tank didn't. He memorized the order in which the dials should flicker. When they didn't, he felt it in his gut. The machine was trying to say something. He only hoped they listened in time. One afternoon, after nearly 6 hours of straight driving, the ventilation system began to fail. The heat built quickly. The engine worked harder. The smell became unbearable. Lucas peeled off his jacket, then his undershirt, wiping sweat from his face with the inside of his sleeve. The others followed. Skin glistened in the dim red glow of the panel lights. No one spoke. They just breathed, slow, shallow, forced. The silence was heavy, broken only by the engine's unrelenting voice. Lucas closed his eyes and tried to imagine wind. Just once, just a breeze. But the tank had no windows, no drafts. Only recycled air, thick with breath and burning. That night, they stopped under cover. Trees overhead, brush all around. Anton gave the signal to shut down the main systems. For the first time in days, the engine was turned off. The silence that followed was so absolute it hurt. Lucas felt his ears ring. The others stretched, rubbed their faces, exhaled with shaky relief. For a while, no one moved. Then Emil let out a laugh. Small, crooked, almost broken. He said it felt like the world had ended, and none of them had noticed. Lucas didn't laugh. He leaned back against the wall, feeling it cool beneath his shoulders, and wondered how long the peace would last. When you lived with the engine long enough, it didn't leave you when it stopped. The vibration stayed in your bones. The sound echoed behind your eyes. Even in sleep, it returned. Lucas dreamed in pulses, in mechanical rhythms, in the sudden jolt of imagined gears locking in place. His body moved with the memory of motion, jerking awake as if the tank had hit a rut. He would wake gasping, expecting the heat, the smell, the pressure. But the engine was quiet, the night was still, and that, somehow, felt even worse. The others noticed it too. Emil said he missed the sound when it was gone. Victor claimed the silence made him nervous. Anton didn't say anything, but he stayed. Awake longer those nights, eyes open, listening for something that wasn't there. The engine had become a presence, something alive inside the shell with them, not trusted, but familiar. A loud guardian, always near, always warning. Its absence felt like a missing heartbeat. In the weeks that followed, Lucas stopped flinching when it started. He didn't brace as much for the first rumble, but he never stopped listening. Every change in tone, every stutter in rhythm, every heat spike told a story. The engine was not just a machine. It was a mood, a language, a warning. And inside that language, Lucas found a kind of understanding. Not peace, never peace, but recognition. He knew what it meant to exist in a place that never let you breathe fully, that demanded you keep moving, that only allowed silence when it was too late. The first night below the hatch felt like waiting for something that never arrived. Lucas had been inside the tank during drills and in motion, but night was different. When the hatch closed and the outside world disappeared completely, time no longer moved in any way he recognized. The lock clanked into place with a sound that settled deep into the chest, like a door closing behind a memory. The air inside was still warm from the engine, but already growing stale. He sat back, his knees drawn slightly toward his chest, his head tilted just enough to avoid brushing the ceiling. Around him, the others shifted quietly, each one retreating into his own corner of silence. There were no lights left on, just the dim orange glow of a half-dead panel, flickering as if unsure whether it should keep going. Lucas blinked at it, his eyes adjusting slowly to the dimp. It cast long shadows across Emil's sleeping form, curled awkwardly against the side hatch. Victor was already snoring, his mouth half open, a cloth tied around his neck to keep the fumes at bay. Anton remained upright, unmoving, staring into the dark with his hands clasped loosely over his chest. Lucas wondered if the commander ever slept at all. He seemed made of something harder than the rest of them. Lucas tried to lie down, but there wasn't enough room. No matter which way he turned, something pressed into him. A bolt, a handle, the curve of someone else's foot. He finally settled by tucking himself near the floor, using his coat as a thin cushion against the metal. It was not comfortable. It wasn't even restful. But it was the best he could find. His fingers ran along the seams of the wall beside him, tracing the weld lines like ridges on a map. Somewhere outside, the forest stretched in silence, full of trees and birds and sky, but he could not hear it. The tank sealed everything away. He did not sleep easily. His thoughts arrived in flashes. The click of the hatch replayed over and over in his head. He thought of the radio back home, the way it used to hum quietly before his father tuned it. He remembered his mother's hands, warm and soft, pressing dough into shape. And he remembered the moment he saw the tank for the first time, rising like a beast from the snow, surrounded by the smell of fuel and mud. Each memory flickered briefly, then vanished into the noise of the present. The hum of the engine lingered in his bones, even though it had long since been silenced for the night. The darkness played tricks. Shapes moved in the corners of his eyes. A wire that looked like a hand. A rivet that resembled a blinking eye. He blinked hard, grounding himself in the small sounds. Emil's shallow breathing, the faint tick of cooling metal, the groan of something settling in the turret above. He listened to these things like lullabies, though none of them were soft. Sleep did not come gently. It crept in sideways, carried by exhaustion more than comfort. When it finally arrived, it was not full. More like slipping beneath a thin surface and floating just far enough from wakefulness to forget he was inside a shell. He dreamed of narrow corridors lined with mirrors, each one reflecting his face back at him with increasing distortion. In the dream, he turned to speak, but his voice did not reach the air. The engine groaned behind him, and suddenly the mirrors cracked. He woke with a jerk, head bumping the metal beside him. His mouth was dry. The light on the panel was out. The tank had gone fully dark. He sat still for a moment, unsure of how much time had passed. His heartbeat filled the silence, loud and uneven. He reached slowly for the letter in his coat. His fingers knew the folds. The paper was soft from repetition, the ink slightly faded. He did not open it, he just held it. A reminder that there were still words somewhere in the world, still voices that spoke kindly. Outside the tank, the world continued, but inside, it was always night. Even when daylight filtered in through vents or cracks, it felt like dusk. Time moved differently beneath the hatch. It moved in heartbeats, in temperature changes, in how long it took for silence to become unbearable. Emil stirred in his sleep, muttering something Lucas couldn't make out. It was rare to hear anyone speak in dreams anymore. Most nights were too heavy for words. Victor shifted to, turning onto his side, his boot nudging Lucas' leg. Lucas didn't move. The contact, uncomfortable as it was, grounded him, reminded him he was not alone in this steel cocoon. They were 5 men trapped inside the same breath, same waiting, same air that grew thinner with every hour. The first night passed not in hours, but in sections. A creak, a sigh, a jolt from sleep, a return to the hum. He didn't know if he had truly slept. When the light returned the next morning, it was still faint, still filtered, but it meant movement. The hatch opened slowly, letting in a sharp gust of air that smelled like pine and frost. Lucas blinked against the sudden light. The cold bit at his skin, but he welcomed it. He wanted it to burn, to remind him there was still a world beyond the metal, a world that was not welded shut. Anton was the first to climb out. Then Victor. Then Emil. Lucas followed last, taking one final glance around the inside. It looked the same, smelled the same. But now it was awake again, breathing, watching. He stepped out into the chill, the earth soft beneath his boots. The silence of the forest felt like music. But even as he stood among trees, he could still feel the weight of the tank in his chest, as if part of him hadn't left with the rest. The night below the hatch was over. but it had left its mark, a subtle imprint. Like a fingerprint on glass, Lucas knew he would return. He always did. But something changed during that first night. Not something loud, something quiet. Like forgetting how to sleep all the way through. Like remembering too much in the dark. The map was soft from handling, its creases worn thin where it had been, folded too many times by calloused hands. It lived in the side compartment above Anton's seat, next to a rusted compass and a pencil shaved down to the size of a thumb. Lucas had watched Anton take it out the same way each time, careful, quiet, with a precision that made it feel more like a ritual than a routine. The map was printed on waxy paper, the edges dark with grease and sweat. Rivers were drawn in thin, blue veins. Roads, if they still existed, were sketched in fading lines of brown. It was not a map for discovery. It was a map for not getting lost too quickly. Anton never asked for help when he read it. He would smooth it against his thigh, lean into the dim light from the instrument panel, and stare in silence. Sometimes his lips moved slightly, whispering directions to himself, tracing the paths with his fingernail as if trying to memorize them all before the next command came through the radio. The others barely looked at it anymore. Victor said the land changed too fast for ink to matter. Emil joked that the only real direction was forward, and the map never mentioned how deep the mud would be. But Lucas studied it when he could, in the quiet hours, when the tank had been still long enough to breathe without flinching. He would reach for it cautiously, unfold it in the limited space, and follow the lines as if they meant something more than just terrain. He wanted to believe in the shapes. Villages with names too short, forests that stretched longer than the tank's range, bridges that might already be gone. He imagined what it would feel like to walk one of those roads barefoot, slowly, with no metal walls around him and no engine at his back. Just earth beneath his feet and sky above him again. The map never showed where they were, only where they had been told to go. That bothered Lucas more than he admitted. He wanted to know the space around him, not just the point ahead. But Anton would never mark their current position. He said it was safer that way, just in case the tank was lost and the map found. Lucas understood the logic, but it still left him drifting in a landscape he couldn't place. Sometimes he would look for rivers, for the curves of hills he thought they'd passed, trying to orient himself by memory. But the world outside changed too quickly. Trees burned, roads vanished, fields turned into nothing. One morning, after a night of hard frost, Anton opened the map without speaking. The crew gathered around him, not because they wanted to see, but because something in his posture felt different. He smoothed the paper across the turret floor, his fingers pressing down each corner as if to steady more than just the map. Lucas leaned in closest. The river line had been circled in pencil, a narrow bend where a crossing was meant to exist. But there was hesitation in the way Anton traced it. Lucas noticed it immediately. The commander's fingers hovered over the mark, then drifted away. Something about the crossing didn't sit right. No one asked questions. There was never room for too many voices. But Lucas watched Anton fold the map more slowly that time, pausing at the final crease as if unsure whether it should be closed. At all, he placed it back into the side panel with care, resting it flat as if it were made of something breakable. For the rest of the day, the tank drove in near silence. The crew spoke in gestures. The engine did not stutter once, but Lucas felt the weight of that folded paper pressing against all of them. Not a plan, not a certainty, just a possibility too fragile to name. Later that evening, Lucas pulled the map out again, while Emil lit a match to warm his fingers. He unfolded it slowly, trying to avoid tearing the corners. He traced the river bend again, his eyes scanning for landmarks, but the map offered none. It only told half-truths. He thought about the hands that had drawn it back in some distant office, where coffee had been poured and shoes remained clean. Those hands had never gripped a shell loader. They had never felt the sweat of fear between shoulder blades. And yet those lines decided everything. Lucas added his own mark with a tiny dot near the fold. Just one. It meant nothing to anyone else. But to him, it was where Emil had laughed for the first time in 2 weeks. Where Victor had sung under his breath without realizing. Where the engine had purred steady and the night had smelled like pine instead of fuel. It was not strategic. It was not even accurate. But it was a kind of truth. A quiet truth. The only kind they were allowed. He returned the map to its place, gently, brushing off a streak of grime from the edge before letting it settle back against the wall. That night, as they settled into their usual twisted places, Lucas closed his eyes and imagined the map again, not as a chart of movement, but as a memory of moments. Each fold a night survived, each smudge a breath held, each faded label a name that had once meant something. And though the engine rumbled softly beside him, he imagined the silence between the lines. The tank continued forward the next morning. Anton did not consult the map again for days, but Lucas knew it was there, folded and quiet, waiting to be opened when the moment came. A soft map, dirty fingers, and the fragile idea that somewhere, beneath all the noise, direction still mattered. The plan was never announced out loud, not the way people imagined, with flags and maps and raised voices. In the tank, plans arrived like weather, quietly, unevenly, and when Anton finally spoke them, it was always at the edge of sleep, when the light had gone red and the world outside was beginning to disappear into its own shadows. That night, the plan came as a whisper, not because of secrecy, but because anything louder would have broken the stillness they were all trying to hold on to. Anton leaned forward from his perch near the hatch, elbows on his knees, hands dangling like weights. His voice barely rose above the hum of the cooling engine. Lucas watched him carefully, trying to read not just the words, but the face behind them. There was no fear in the commander's expression, but there was a kind of hesitation, like someone who had studied a path they didn't want to take but had no other choice. The others sat close, boots crossed over one another, backs against steel, the dimness of the tank making them look older than they were. He spoke of a village, small, abandoned, near a crossroads that hadn't been used in weeks. Intelligence said it was quiet, but that word meant nothing anymore. Quiet could mean waiting. Quiet could mean forgotten. The road leading in was narrow, muddy, bordered by dense thickets that wouldn't let the tank turn quickly if needed. The mission was to push through, scan the area, hold position until support came through from the east. Lucas noted the way Anton's fingers tapped his knee. Between each instruction, a small rhythm for taps, pause, then again no one interrupted. Questions were kept to themselves. Victor leaned back after the words stopped, running a cloth slowly along his rifle barrel. Emil lit a match, not for a cigarette, but just to watch it flicker. The flame reflected in his eyes as if searching for something to believe. Lucas remained still. He did not nod. He did not shake his head. He simply absorbed it. Every detail, every hesitation, every soft vowel of Anton's low voice. It was not the content of the plan that stayed with him. It was the way it was given, like a secret shared between people already too tired to hope for anything different. When the whisper faded, silence returned like a blanket. No one moved for several minutes. The match burned out between Emel's fingers. Victor began to hum under his breath, a sound so low it merged with the groan of cooling steel. Lucas kept his gaze on the hatch ceiling. There was a streak of oil. Up there he had never noticed before. Thin, curved, like someone had tried to draw the arc of a falling star. He imagined it as a path, a direction, maybe even a warning. Anton climbed down from his seat and began checking their supplies, ammunition, water, rations, each movement deliberate, as if the plan had made the tank itself shift slightly. Lucas joined him, not because he had been asked, but because motion felt better than stillness. His fingers moved across crates, latches, straps. He counted shells, noted dents. The routine brought focus, a quiet clarity that pushed back against the weight of what lay ahead. They all knew plans were promises made by people who wouldn't be there when they broke, but they followed anyway. It was what kept them moving. When the night grew colder and the others settled into their usual places, Lucas sat alone near the radio. It was quiet now, only the occasional burst of static slicing through the hum. He looked at the dials without turning them, listened to the tank, felt it breathe beneath him. He thought about the village, the crossroads, the thickets that would not let them turn. He pictured the place as a sketch, soft lines and empty windows, smoke rising from chimneys that might not exist. In his mind, it was always winter there, always still. The whisper of the plan stayed with him, playing on repeat in the quiet space between thoughts. Anton's words, steady and low, each instruction shaped by silence more than sound. Lucas wondered how many times the commander had done this, spoken fate into existence, then sat back and watched it unfold. Not like a leader from books, but like a man just trying to keep others alive long enough to see another day. Before sleep pulled him down, Lucas reached into his coat and unfolded the letter again. He didn't read it, he just held it, letting his fingers rest on the words he already knew. It felt like an anchor, something soft, something not made of iron. The tank groaned around him, shifting slightly as temperature dropped. The floor beneath him was cold now, the kind of cold that reached through boots and sleeves and settled into bone. But he did not move. The plan had been spoken. The morning would come. The engine would start, and they would go, not because they believed in the path, but because it was theirs to follow. Lucas closed his eyes, hearing Anton's voice one more time. Not loud, not commanding, just present. A thread holding them together in a machine built to keep them apart from everything else. The smell crept in before the light changed. It was always like that in the tank. You felt things before you saw them, heat blooming in your lower back, a shift in the pitch of the engine, a scent rising from somewhere behind the panel that hadn't been there an hour ago. That morning, it was the gloves. Emil had left them too close to the housing after working on the loader. Thick canvas, soaked in oil and sweat, curled near the exhaust vents as the tank rolled forward. It didn't take long. The sharp scent of burning fabric mixed with grease like a warning too late to follow. No one panicked. They rarely did anymore. When the smoke started curling near the edge of the mount, Anton turned his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. Victor reached behind the rack with a rag and knocked the gloves to the floor. Lucas was already on his knees, fanning the haze toward the lower hatch vent. His sleeves pulled over his hands to block the sting. Emil muttered something under his breath, more to himself than anyone else, and crushed the soft embers under his boot. Within minutes, the air was thick but quiet again, the scent lingering long after the smoke had gone. It wasn't the first time something had caught heat. The interior of the tank was a narrow field of compromises. Efficiency over safety, speed over caution. There was never enough room for everything, so items ended up too close, too crammed, stacked in places not meant for storage. A jacket near a coil, a gas can to close to a heater pipe. Lucas had learned to keep his tools wrapped in cloth, tucked under the panel where the air stayed coolest. But it never guaranteed safety. The walls themselves sweated heat. Some places on the floor could burn skin if you touched them for more than a second. The gloves still smoked faintly as they lay in the corner, fabric blistered, edges blackened. Lucas stared at them. The tank already smelled of metal and oil and sweat, but now it carried something sharper, acrid, personal, the smell of something that had once been useful, now ruined. Emil picked them up with 2 fingers and tossed them into the crate near the back. No one spoke about it again, but Lucas could still smell it, even hours later, even when they opened the hatch to check their bearings. The scent stayed, woven into the fibers of the air, like a memory they hadn't asked for. There was something about burned fabric that felt different from other types of smoke. It clung harder. It reminded him of his uncle's workshop, the time a soldering lamp caught a rag by accident. He had been 7. The smoke rose fast, and everyone had laughed when it was put out. But that smell had stayed in his clothes for days. It reminded him of forgetting, of accidents, of how fast something soft could turn dangerous. Inside the tank, accidents had no laughter, only the pause afterward, where no one looked at anyone else. Anton made them run drills after that. Emergency, evacuation, gear check, fire protocols. No one resisted. They understood the reason. The smell had gotten into him too. His movements were more clipped than usual, his voice tighter. Lucas watched him pull on the edge of the hatch and stare at the hinge like it might betray them. The tank made them all suspicious, not of each other, but of the space they shared. Any corner could change without notice. Any edge could bite. That evening, the heat didn't leave. The air felt thick. Even with the fans running, there was no true circulation. Lucas took shallow breaths, leaning against the side rail, eyes half closed. The light above him flickered again. A bulb near the panel had started to fail, buzzing softly with every bump in the road. Emil had tied a cloth around his face. Victor had stripped to his undershirt, wiping sweat from his chest with the same rag he used for the tools. No one complained, but the air felt like a sentence they had all been given, one they would serve without appeal. Lucas thought about the gloves again. They had once been thick, reliable. He remembered Emil tugging them on in the cold, snapping his fingers afterward like they were battle armor. Now they sat, melted and folded into themselves, a shape that no longer made sense. He couldn't stop thinking about how fast it had happened. One moment they were just there. The next they were something else entirely. That's what frightened him the most, not the fire, but how quickly things changed without warning. As night came, the smell finally began to fade, replaced once again by the usual scent of oil and sweat and breath. But Lucas knew it wasn't gone. Not really. It had been absorbed into the canvas, into the padding of their seats, into the memory of the air itself. The next time the temperature rose too fast, or something brushed too close to the wrong part of the engine, it would rise again, not as smoke, but as recognition, that they were always close to the edge, always inches from a moment they couldn't undo. Before sleep, he checked the ventilation seals, ran his hand along the wires near the heating coil, made sure nothing had drifted out of place. It was a routine he had already done earlier, but the act of checking again made it easier to close his eyes. As he settled into the crook near the ammo panel, he pictured the gloves one last time, not when they burned, but before, when they still had shape, still had use, still smelled of sweat and cold mornings and the slow work of survival. Inside the tank, you didn't forget these things. You carried them in the air you breathed, in the noise you stopped noticing, in the heat that reminded you how fast comfort could turn, and in the smell of grease and burning gloves. You remembered how thin the line truly was between control and accident, between normal and gone. The first drop landed without a sound. It touched the roof like a whisper, too soft to notice at first, lost beneath the murmur of the engine and the soft shuffle of movement inside. But then another came, and another, until the sound became a pattern, a rhythm only Lucas seemed to notice at first. He looked up, watching the ceiling of the tank, though he knew he could not see through it. Still, his eyes followed the shape of the tapping, as if the rain were fingers tracing lines across the shell that protected them from everything and nothing. Soon the others heard it too. Emil paused halfway through lighting a match, the flame sputtering as he tilted his head toward the roof. Victor looked up from his boots and muttered something about the sky finally remembering where they were. Anton didn't speak. He simply adjusted the periscope and watched the rain streak down its glass like a slow-moving clock. Outside, the world was turning grey. Not the kind of darkness that came with night, but a softer, colder veil that blurred the edges of the trees and softened the sound of the forest around them. Rain on a tank was not like rain on a roof. It didn't soothe, it echoed. Each drop struck steel, each strike a small reminder that you were encased in something unnatural. The sound multiplied, sharp, quick, constant, like fingers drumming without rhythm, never resting. Lucas listened. As it rolled across the turret, dripped along the hatches, slid down the armor plates, and vanished into the mud below. There was no melody to it, just the endless repetition of water meeting metal, a noise that could not be turned off. The engine was off for now. They were parked in a hollow, surrounded by pine and old roots. The branches above barely moved, too, wet to sway. Outside was still, but the rain created motion in every direction. It bounced from the leaves, pooled in small dips on the ground, ran in thin rivers down the tank's flanks. Lucas pressed his hand against the inner wall, feeling the vibration of each drop as it landed. The steel felt colder under the touch, the kind of cold that didn't just stay on the skin, but sank in slowly. The longer you held still, no one wanted to go outside. The mud was thick now, clinging and deep, swallowing boots and patience. They stayed sealed inside, curled against the same panels, breathing the same stale air. Lucas pulled his coat tighter, but the damp had already begun to settle in his sleeves. Rain had a way of finding its way in, no matter how tightly you closed the hatch. It crept in through seals, through cloth, through memory. He could smell it in the air. Not clean, not fresh, just wet. Soil and metal and something older, something like rust beneath moss. Emil fell asleep first, his head tilted awkwardly against the loader rack. Victor followed, arms crossed, breath slowing under the steady tapping above. Anton stayed awake. His eyes never left the periscope, though there was little to see now but grey and more grey. Lukas did not sleep. He couldn't. The rain was too present, too alive. It reminded him of the tin roof back home, the one over the back porch where his father used to sit and smoke in the evenings. That roof had been warm to the sound. The rain there had meant something quiet, something safe. Here, it meant waiting. It meant the engine would slip more when they tried to climb again. It meant the view would be limited. It meant the mud would swallow the tracks deeper than before. Rain was not a friend in this place. It was just one more thing that changed the world outside. One more thing the tank had to fight without anyone realizing. And inside, there was no relief from it. The sound was constant. 1,000 tiny collisions against the roof that echoed, down through the frame and into their bones. Lukas pulled the map from its compartment again, just to have something in his hands. He didn't open it, just held it, let his thumbs rest on the fold lines. The paper was cool and slightly damp, the corners softening from use. He closed his eyes and listened to the rain-marked time above him, not by the minute, not by the hour, but by sound alone. He counted in clusters, 15 drops, a breath, 30 more, the scrape of a foot, silence, repeat. The rain was not heavy. It did not pour, but it did not stop either. By morning, the roof was slick with it. The tank looked darker from the outside, streaked and gleaming in the dim light of a sky still clouded over. Lukas was the first to step out when Anton gave the order. His boots sank almost immediately, the suction of mud pulling at his ankles like hands from below. He moved slowly, carefully, checking the tracks, brushing water from the viewing slits. The rain still fell, softer now, but steady. His coat soaked through in minutes, but he didn't return inside. Not yet. He stood beside the tank, eyes closed, letting the water fall against his face. There was something honest about the rain. It did not hide. It did not change. It simply arrived, stayed, and eventually left. Lukas opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Grey upon grey. He could not see the sun, but he could feel it somewhere above, muted but watching. He reached up and ran his fingers along the edge of the turret. The steel was smooth, cool, almost clean where the water had run longest. For a moment, it looked less like a machine, more like a memory being washed clean. He climbed back in slowly, wiping his boots against the inner panel before sitting down. Emil stirred in his sleep. Victor yawned without opening his eyes. Anton gave no sign that he had moved at all. The rain had not stopped. But now, inside the tank, it sounded less like noise and more like a lullaby twisted into something unfamiliar. Lukas leaned his head back and closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to rest against the sound. It was not comfort, but it was something close. You didn't notice the first time it happened. Sleep came not in a moment, but in pieces. A blink held. Too long. A breath that didn't follow another right away. Your body gave in before your mind allowed it. And so you sat there, propped in the corner between the shell rack and the wall. Boots pressed flat to the floor, arms crossed but not tight enough to stay awake. The engine was still running then, or maybe it wasn't. It didn't matter. The hum lived in you now, whether the tank moved or not. Lukas had always slept on his side, curled against warmth. At home, His mattress had been thin, but soft enough to turn without waking. He remembered the way his blanket bunched around his feet, how the morning sun filtered through the lace curtains across his face. But in the tank, there was no room to turn. No blanket, no sun. There was only a patch of metal that didn't hurt. Too much to lean against, a space that didn't press a bolt into your spine. That was enough. The first few nights, Lucas tried to sleep in shifts, mimicking the others. He waited for Emil to nod off, for Victor to stop moving, for Anton to settle into that perfect stillness he had mastered. But sleep didn't come the way it used to. Time bent differently inside the tank. The walls had no clocks. The air didn't change. Hunger and thirst were the only markers left, and even those began to fade once you ignored them long enough. Sleep arrived not because it was night, but because exhaustion forced its way through the cracks. Eventually, Lucas stopped trying to lie down at all. It took more effort to fold himself into a resting shape than to simply let his shoulders sag. Forward, his head leaned sideways, his eyes close while sitting in place. There was something terrifying and beautiful about that surrender. The knowledge that your body would sleep, whether you allowed it or not. You could resist, you could fight, but eventually it would take you, even while you remained upright, alert, unfinished. The others were no different. Victor often slept with his arms folded across his chest, mouth open slightly, breath loud enough to echo off the inner wall. Emil would slump against the loader controls, head resting on his own, arm like a child at a school desk. Even Anton, silent and strong, allowed himself a moment against the periscope, eyelids flickering just enough to betray the dream behind them. They had all learned the same lesson. There was no place to stretch, no surface that welcomed. The only way to sleep was to let gravity win. Lucas began to notice the ache in his neck more each morning, a stiffness that grew with every hour spent upright. He rolled his shoulders carefully, trying not to disturb the others. He would reach for his canteen, take a small sip, run his fingers along the rivets to ground himself in something solid. The ache reminded him he had rested, however briefly, but it also whispered that nothing in the tank was designed for comfort, only survival. Sleep was not a gift. It was a strategy. Sometimes he dreamed sitting up, but the dreams were fractured, quick scenes, a splash of light across water, his mother's voice calling from a stairwell, a train moving slowly through, snow, the windows fogged over. He would wake with his head snapping up, breath caught in his throat, unsure whether the tank had moved or if he had. Emil once said he dreamed with his eyes open. Lucas believed him. Inside the tank, dreams didn't wait for sleep to arrive. On one occasion, during a pause between movements, Lucas woke to find Anton staring at him. Not harshly, not coldly, just watching. Lucas blinked, unsure how long he had been out. Anton said nothing, just nodded once, slow and heavy, and turned back to the view outside. That nod meant everything. It said you did what you had to. You closed your eyes when you could. You survived by pieces. Some nights, Lucas stayed awake long after the others had surrendered. He listened to their breathing, counted the soft clinks of metal against metal as they shifted in their sleep. The tank never went fully quiet. Even when still, it creaked and groaned, settling like a ship on cold water. The sound was strangely comforting. It meant the machine was still with them, still holding, still not broken. He leaned his head back against the panel, closed his eyes slowly, and let the rhythm of the shell guide him. You learned to sleep sitting up, because there was no choice, because rest was never deep enough to carry you far, because the tank did not allow luxury, only the bare minimum required to function. But even that small offering became precious. Lucas learned to find rest in seconds, in pauses between turns, in the moment before the next command. He let his eyes close, knowing the hum would keep him tethered, and when he did sleep, it was not escape, it was just absence, a blankness that wrapped around his shoulders like smoke. No dreams, no warmth, just the quiet space where the world forgot him for a little while. And when he woke, sore and stiff and half-finished, he reached for the wall beside him, found the same cool steel under his palm, and told himself this was enough. That, for now, this was what survival looked like. The pipe was warm most days. Not scalding, not enough to burn, but enough to keep the metal soft to the touch. Enough to make your hand linger just a second longer than needed. It ran along the lower left wall, just beneath the folding seat that Lucas had claimed as his own. No one else seemed to pay much attention to it. It was part of the structure, a necessary line feeding warmth from the core of the tank outward, helping to push back against the frost that gathered in the early morning hours. But Lucas had chosen that corner for a different reason. Not just because it was quiet, not just because it let him sit with his knees tucked and his eyes on the exit, but because of the letter. He had hidden it there weeks ago, folded twice, then once again, and slipped just behind the pipe where the padding had peeled back slightly. The paper was soft now, worn at the edges, the ink beginning to fade in places. He didn't need to read it anymore. The words were inside him, but still, he liked knowing it was there, close, pressed against the heat, like it was being kept alive somehow, like the warmth was preserving it in ways memory could not. He checked on it every night before sleep, reaching behind the panel with 2 fingers and making sure it was still in place. That small crease, that edge of paper brushing his skin, it was the only thing left that didn't belong to the war dot. No one had ever asked him what he carried. In the tank, privacy wasn't something you had. It was something you carved out with silence. The others knew he kept something behind the pipe. They had seen him reach for it, pause, then sit back without explanation, but they never said a word. Emil probably assumed it was a ration or a pencil. Victor might have thought it was a lucky charm. Anton likely knew exactly what it was, and simply chose not to speak it out loud. That was how they lived. You respected the things left unspoken. You honored the secrets people held by pretending not to notice them at all. The letter had arrived long before Lucas was sent to the tank unit. It had come wrapped in another envelope, passed through 4 checkpoints and a friend's trembling hands. It was from his sister, written in her slanted, looping handwriting that never quite stayed inside the lines. She had written it from the windowsill of their family kitchen, where the plants had once gathered like small green secrets. The letter wasn't long, just a page, a few updates, some talk of breadlines, of weather, of how the neighbor's cat still came around looking for scraps. But near the bottom, there was a sentence that had stayed with him longer than anything else he had heard since he arrived. Please stay soft, even if the world forgets how. He had read that line over and over the first night inside the tank, sitting alone, the engine still ticking, the smell of iron in his hair, his hands shaking with the first frost of knowing what he had become a part of. That line steadied him. Not because it was hopeful, but because it was honest. She wasn't telling him to win. She wasn't asking for promises. She was just reminding him that softness was still an option. Even here, even now, even when the world screamed against it. Over time, the letter began to feel like part of the tank itself. When the pipe warmed, it meant the letter was warm. When the shell shook, the paper fluttered slightly in its narrow space. Lucas imagined it breathing sometimes, as if the folds moved with the motion of the road. He pictured it glowing softly when the light came in through the narrow hatch above. A quiet light, a human light, the kind that did not belong in a place. Like this, but survived anyway. There were nights when he almost took it out, held it in his hands, unfolded it, smoothed it across his knee, and let the words live in front of him again. But he didn't. Something about keeping it folded gave it more weight. The mystery of its presence, its quiet loyalty to that dark corner behind the pipe, made it stronger than any speech or memory. He didn't want it to become just another object inside the tank. He wanted it to remain sacred, unread but known, unspoken but felt. The others had their own things. Victor had a small piece of wood carved into the shape of a bird. He kept it tied to a string that hung from the gun mount. Emil had a torn piece of a scarf he sometimes pressed to his face when he thought no one was watching. Anton carried nothing visible, but Lucas once saw him rub his thumb across the back of a dog tag over and over, like he was trying to erase the name on it. They all carried something, but no one ever said a word. One morning, after a rough stretch of road and an engine delay, Lucas reached for the letter with numb fingers. The pipe had cooled overnight, the air inside sharp with the kind of cold that felt like warning. His fingers brushed the edge of the paper, but it had shifted slightly. He froze. A small breath caught in his throat. Then he felt it again, caught, in the same fold, still there. He smiled without meaning to, the kind of smile that doesn't move your lips, just softens your eyes. He adjusted it gently, pressing it deeper into place, then pulled his hand away. It stayed there, always, through motion, through fire drills, through nights when no one spoke, through mornings when they forgot what day it was. The letter remained, warm when the pipe warmed, quiet when the tank roared. It did not need to be seen. It just needed to be kept, and so Lucas kept it, not for reading, not for remembering, but for surviving, for softening, for staying human, even inside the iron. Walls that asked you to become something else. It was just a letter, faded, folded, fragile. But in the heart of the tank, it was the one thing that never changed. The last time Lucas saw the stars, he wasn't looking for them. It was early, before his first assignment inside the tank, before the uniform had lost its stiffness, before the oil stains had made their permanent home along the cuffs of his sleeves. He had stepped outside for air, just past the mess hall, into the open yard behind the barracks. The wind was sharp that night, clean, the kind that cut across the skin and woke you without noise. Above him, the sky was endless, dark but not empty. Each star shimmered like it had been placed there with care. He had stood still for a long time, his breath turning white, the cold biting at his ears. And he hadn't thought of war, or duty, or anything heavy. Just that the sky was still working. He didn't know it would be the last time. No one ever does. If he had, maybe he would have stayed longer. Maybe he would have sat down on the ground and stared until morning, counted constellations. He didn't. Know the names of made-up stories for the gaps between them. But instead, he had looked up, blinked slowly, and returned inside to his bunk, thinking it would be there again the next night. And now, so many nights later, sealed inside a world of metal and noise. He could not remember the feel of that sky, only the thought of it, the shape, the way the stars held the dark without being swallowed by it. Inside the tank, the sky did not exist. The hatch blocked it. The armor rejected it. Even when the door opened, even when Lucas stepped out into the cold to check the tread or relieve himself by a tree, he never looked up. It wasn't on purpose. He simply forgot. The mind adjusted to smaller ceilings. You stopped expecting wide spaces. Your eyes trained themselves to look forward, downward, inward, not because it was safer, but because it hurt less. One night, the engine cut for longer than usual. They were tucked in a hollow between two hills, low enough that the wind barely reached them. Emil had fallen asleep with his hands tucked under his arms, shivering gently. Victor leaned against the side rail, snoring in soft bursts. Anton sat on the step near the back hatch, his boots muddy, his coat pulled high over his neck. Lucas climbed halfway out of the top panel, just to breathe something that wasn't recycled air. He rested his elbows on the rim, chest still inside, head turned toward the dark. The clouds had broken, thin, high, drifting slow like they didn't want to be noticed, and there they were, dim at first, hesitant but real, the stars. Not all of them, not like that night behind the barracks, but enough, a small handful scattered. Across the black, Lucas stared, barely breathing. They didn't twinkle like he remembered. They were still, watching, and for a moment he felt so small it almost brought relief. To be beneath something again, to not be the center of anything, to not be the one carrying the weight. He didn't call for the others, not because he didn't want to share it, but because some things were too fragile for voices. He kept it for himself. A few quiet minutes, just him and the stars and the sound of Emil stirring below. He tried to remember the constellations, tried to piece them into patterns like he once had, but nothing came. The names were gone. All that remained was the light, soft, cold, unmoving. And then the hatch creaked, and the spell broke, and Lucas dropped back inside without a word. After that night, he looked up more often, not every time, but sometimes, when no one was watching, he would glance upward before climbing back in. Most nights, the clouds covered everything. On others, the smoke from distant fires blurred the view. But on rare occasions, the stars returned. Just one or two. Just enough to remind him they were still there. That above the engines, above the radio calls and the fear, above the steel plates and burned gloves and maps with worn folds, there was still a sky. He thought about them when he couldn't sleep. Not the stars themselves, but the idea of them. The fact that they kept shining whether anyone looked or not. That they had no interest in borders or orders or uniforms. That they had watched the earth change more times than any man could count, and still held their positions like it meant something. The stars had patience, and in the tank, where everything was loud and fast and tight, patience felt like a kind of rebellion. Sometimes Lucas would trace shapes in his mind. A triangle, a crooked line, a hook turning inward. He didn't know if any of them were real, but it didn't matter. The stars didn't care about being named. They were just there, unreachable, unbothered, and somehow that made them kind. In a world that had forgotten how to be gentle, the stars never stopped showing up. They didn't comfort, but they didn't leave either. There came a day when they had to move before dawn, engine starting while the frost still clung to the hatch handle. Lucas climbed out in the half-dark, rubbed his fingers over the cold steel, and looked up one last time before the light took everything. There was nothing visible, just grey. But in his chest, he held the memory, that quiet sky, that one sharp breath when he remembered he belonged to something bigger than the shell that carried him. He missed the stars, not because they were beautiful, but because they made him feel unfinished. Like there was still something beyond the next hill, the next order, the next night without sleep. Inside the tank, he had learned to live without sky. But every now and then, when everything else disappeared, he let himself remember what it felt like to lift his eyes and see something that asked for nothing in return. The tank moved like a beast that had forgotten it once belonged to men. Its tracks churned through the soil with the weight of certainty, each rotation a gesture of force that cared little for what lay beneath. Trees bent out of its path, roots cracked, stones scattered. But it was not violence for the sake of destruction. It was simply the way it moved, heavy, purposeful, unstoppable. Lucas sat inside with his hands on his lap, the rumble of the motion working its way up through his boots and into his spine. Every time the tank rolled forward, it felt like it rewrote the ground beneath it. They had been moving for hours, maybe more. Time didn't pass in regular shapes anymore. It passed in vibrations, in the clatter of bolts, in the soft thud of mud against the lower hull. Lucas didn't ask where they were going. He rarely did now. Directions had become less important than the journey itself. Forward was always the answer. Forward meant orders were being followed. Forward meant someone else was still giving commands. As long as they kept moving, they hadn't been forgotten. The tracks made a sound that lived between thunder and breath, not loud enough to drown thought, but too constant to ignore. It was a grinding rhythm, a loop of metal chewing through landscape. Lucas imagined it from above, the tank carving slow lines into the earth like a pen dragged across old parchment. It crushed everything, rocks, grass, bones. Nothing stayed untouched beneath it. But somehow sound always survived. Even in the worst terrain, even through the thickest fog, the world managed to whisper back. He heard birds once, a thin call. Somewhere in the distance, high and soft, impossible to trace. He hadn't heard one in weeks. The engine had buried most natural sounds, but that one had slipped through, carried on a current of wind that passed through the slits in the armor like a secret. Lucas froze when he heard it, not because he feared it, but because it reminded him that the world outside was still trying, still making noise, still refusing to disappear completely. Inside the tank, the noise was constant but contained. Everything rattled, everything clicked. Each movement created a response. Immel's hand against the panel, Victor's boot shifting slightly, Anton's voice on the radio. But those were internal. What lived outside was different. It was memory. It was distance. It was the space the tank could not crush, no matter how deep its tracks sank into the ground. They passed over a wooden bridge that day, small, worn, built by someone who likely never meant for machines like theirs to use it. Lucas felt the entire body of the tank shift as it moved over the boards. There was a groan beneath them, a crack that made Emil glance up from his pack. But the bridge held, barely. When they reached the other side, Anton exhaled in a way that almost sounded like relief. Lucas looked back through the viewing slit. The boards behind them were splintered now, bent inward. They had left a scar. He wondered about the people who had built it. Had they known it would become part of a path like this? Had they imagined a quiet crossing for wagons or feet? Now it was just another point on the map, another thing left broken in their wake. The tank didn't care. It only moved, but Lucas did. He felt it. The way the weight of their motion rewrote everything they passed over. The tracks were not evil, but they were final. They did not leave space for things to remain as they were. Later, they rolled through a field once full of sunflowers. Only stalks remained now, most bent or broken, some flattened entirely, the shells scattered like ribs across the soil. Lucas watched them pass by, one after another, until the shapes blurred into lines. The tank didn't slow, didn't turn, didn't hesitate. The field folded beneath it without protest, and still the wind moved through the broken stems, making them shiver in silence. Lucas pressed his hand to the wall beside him. The vibration never stopped, but beneath it, he imagined he could feel the sound of those flowers bending. Inside, no one spoke. The silence wasn't heavy, just expected. Victor hummed something tuneless. Emil shifted in his seat. Anton remained still. Lucas let his head rest against the side panel. His eyes closed, not from tiredness, but from something softer. Resignation, maybe, or respect. The world they moved through was vanishing. One track at a time, and still it made noise. Still, it found ways to echo through the seams in their armor. He thought about the sound footprints make in snow. That soft crush, that whisper of presence. The tank's tracks were nothing like that. They didn't mark, they erased. But the sound still lived, in the cracks, in the bending, in the breath that followed. And Lucas held on to that, the idea that even if the tank crushed everything in its path, it could not silence everything it touched. Some echoes refused to die by nightfall. They were stopped near a stone wall, half-fallen, moss-covered, likely once part of a farmhouse. The tank sat still, steaming quietly in the cold. Lucas climbed out briefly to stretch his legs, boots sinking slightly into the wet ground. He walked a few paces and looked back at the tracks they had left behind. Deep, linear, final. But beyond them, the wind stirred the grass. A bird moved in the brush. A voice, faint and distant, called out from somewhere he could not see. He turned, back toward the tank. It waited for him, large, cold, alive. He touched the outer wall with one hand, let his palm rest there. Inside, the others were sleeping or trying to. The machine had not killed their humanity, only tucked it away for safekeeping. Lucas stepped back in, closed the hatch behind him, and sat down slowly. The tracks would crush whatever came next, but sound would survive. Somewhere, always, something would keep speaking. The static had always been there, a soft, constant hiss that lived just above the edge of thought, never loud enough to distract, but never quiet enough to forget. It was the sound of connection, the thread that tethered them to something beyond the steel walls. Orders came through in pieces, voices clipped and distorted, sometimes too fast to catch, sometimes stretched thin by distance and weather, but the static was always there. That was what mattered most. It was proof they weren't alone. It was proof someone else was listening. The day the radio fell silent, it was late afternoon. The sky was low, heavy with clouds that moved like smoke, drifting across the treetops without shape. The tank was still, hidden behind a shallow ridge, wheels caked with mud, steam rising faintly from the engine hatch. Inside, The light had shifted to that grey tone that made everything look faded. Lucas sat closest to the receiver, as he often did. The dial turned just enough to keep the frequency balanced. He wasn't even listening for words anymore. Just the sound, just the voice behind the silence. Then it was gone. No warning, no change in pitch. One moment, the static filled the space between breaths. The next, there was nothing. Not quiet, not low, just absence. Lucas tilted his head, thinking at first it was the angle of his ear, the position of his shoulder. He reached out and tapped the side of the unit. Nothing. The red light still blinked, slow and steady, but there was no sound, no hiss, no voice. Just a silence so pure it made the air feel wrong. Emil noticed first. He was halfway through unwrapping a stale biscuit when his hand froze, eyes flicking toward the radio. Victor looked up from cleaning his boots, one brow raised, the cloth hanging from his fingers. Anton said nothing. He leaned in close to the unit, adjusted the dial one notch, then another. Still nothing. Lucas watched his jaw tighten slightly, the way it always did when something shifted and couldn't be explained. Then Anton sat back, slow, deliberate, and placed both hands on his knees. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. The radio had gone quiet. Whether it was the weather, the terrain, a blown wire, or something far worse, they didn't know. And maybe it didn't matter. What mattered was that the thread had snapped. The line was gone. They were no longer connected to the rhythm outside. It was just them now. 5 men, 1 tank, a map that made no promises, and silence where once there had been something that sounded like belonging. Lucas kept his eyes on the unit, willing it to come back, as if watching hard enough might make the sound return. But the machine didn't care. It sat still, wires intact, switches unchanged, refusing to explain itself. The silence took root in the space like a cold wind. It settled into their jackets, into the grooves of their fingers, into the corners of their thoughts. They had been alone before, but this was different. This was alone with the knowledge that no one might be looking anymore. For a long time, no one moved. Then Emil coughed, sharp and dry, and turned away from the group. Victor scratched behind his ear, shrugged, and leaned back against the side panel with a heavy exhale. Anton reached for the map, unfolded it on his lap, and stared at the lines without reading them. Lucas sat still. He could hear his own pulse. In his ears, he pressed his hand flat against the tank wall, feeling the faint warmth of the cooling engine beneath it. The machine was still there. That was something. Later, Anton called for a systems check. Lucas went over every connection, pulled each plug, traced the wires with his fingertips, looking for breaks, for signs of moisture, corrosion, heat damage. Everything looked clean. Everything looked unchanged. But still, the unit didn't speak. Emil tried knocking it once, a half-hearted attempt, at repair through force. Lucas gave him a look, and Emil raised both hands in mock surrender, then returned to his corner. There was no solution. The silence was not a problem to be fixed. It was a presence now. That night, Lucas had trouble sleeping. The usual creaks and vibrations of the tank felt louder without the static to bury them. Every breath felt too sharp. Every shift of weight echoed through the walls. The silence filled the space between sentences, between thoughts, between dreams. It had shape now. Wait, even the others seemed to sleep more fitfully. Emil tossed often. Victor mumbled in his sleep. Anton remained still, as always, but there was a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there before. Lucas lay awake and tried to imagine the sound again. The static, that soft white noise that had been there for so long. It had become part of the air itself. He missed it more than he expected, missed the company it offered, the illusion of movement, of communication, of distance not being a barrier. The silence left them stranded, not on the road, but in time, like they had stepped out of sequence, like the world had moved on without them, and they were still here, circling the same patch of forest, waiting for a voice that would never come. In the morning, Anton didn't mention the radio. He simply gave orders. They would move east slowly, use known routes, follow the plan they had, not the one they might receive. The tank started again. The vibration returned. The world outside blurred through the narrow slits, but inside, the absence remained. The hum was not the same without that layer of static, without that quiet voice of somewhere else. Lucas kept the unit close. He checked it each night, turned the dial, listened for something, anything, but it never came. And yet, he did not stop trying, because even silence, when watched long enough, could start to sound like hope. It began with small things. Victor calling out from across the turret and Lucas turning a second too late. Emil asking for the wrench and having to repeat himself. Anton speaking over the engine and Lucas watching his mouth more than listening to the words. At first, it seemed like distraction. Fatigue, maybe. Too many hours folded into the same space. But then one night, after the tank had stopped and the silence stretched too long, Lucas realized something was gone. When Emil said his name, soft and low, from the other side of the loader, Lucas didn't register it. It wasn't that he didn't hear the sound, it was that the sound didn't belong to him anymore. Inside the tank, names lost weight. They were spoken less. At first, they had used them often. The first days, the early nights, when formality still felt like a thread, could pull to keep from unraveling. Victor would laugh and shout names across the cabin. Emil would tap Lucas's shoulder and grin while saying his full name, like they were still boys in school. But the days had worn that away. Now it was just hand gestures, glances, half-spoken. Sounds, they functioned like a single body, not 5 men. The tank demanded that kind of unity. It didn't care for individuality. It needed reaction, not identity. Lucas couldn't remember the last time someone had said his name with meaning. The last time it rang out as something separate from the engine noise, the commands, the shuffle of boots. The syllables of it felt foreign now. When he whispered it to himself, it didn't sound right. Like a word repeated too often, stripped of its shape. It had become a memory more than a title. Something that once held meaning, now drifting somewhere behind the smoke and steel. He thought of his mother saying it from the kitchen window, her voice floating over the sound of the radio, her hands covered in flour. He thought of his sister, whispering it when he couldn't sleep, sitting cross-legged at the end of his bed, humming half a lullaby. He thought of his father calling him from the yard, voice firm but kind, a call that always made him move faster. Those voices felt distant now, like echoes lost in a long hallway. In the tank, there was no space for them. His name had no room to live here. The others likely felt the same. No one said Anton's name anymore. They watched his hands instead. The way his fingers curled, the tilt of his chin, the pause between instructions. Emil responded to a whistle now, short and sharp. Victor answered to a nudge, a nod, the sound of boots near his own. It wasn't that they didn't know each other. It was that names were too loud, too heavy, too human. And the tank had no patience. For things like that, Lucas missed it more than he expected. Not being spoken to, but being recognized. Not as a gear in the machine, not as a shoulder at the panel, but as someone named, someone remembered. At night, he would close his eyes and say his name in his head, slow and careful, like he was reciting something sacred. He would shape each syllable silently, trying to connect it back to his hands, to his breath, to the space his body still occupied. But even in his own mind, it began to fade. He was still there, but the name no longer wrapped around him like it once had. He began writing it in the corners of things, on the back of ration labels, in the margins of the map, small and light, scratched into the inside of his glove, beneath the fabric, not because he was afraid of being forgotten, but because he needed to see it somewhere, to prove it hadn't disappeared entirely, to anchor himself to something that could not be erased by sound. One afternoon, while stopped under a tree lined thick with rain, Lucas overheard Emil say something close to his name. It was muffled, half swallowed by the coat he wore and meant for Victor. But Lucas turned, just slightly, and for a moment, everything inside him paused. It was like catching a reflection in a window you didn't expect, a piece of yourself you thought had been left behind. Emil didn't notice. The conversation moved on, but Lucas sat with it. That brief recognition, that accidental memory, he began watching their mouths more, listening not just for commands, but for any trace of the way names used to fall from lips. He didn't ask for it, he didn't remind them, but he held the possibility like a candle, small, flickering, but warm. One night, Anton leaned close and said, not loudly, not with emphasis, but simply said it. Just once, just before sleep. After they had checked the systems, after the sky had darkened into a blanket of ash, he said it like it was normal, like it was still part of this place. Lucas didn't respond right away. He let it sit there, between them, floating in the air that smelled of rust and old oil. Then he nodded, just once, and that was enough. The name didn't come back all at once. It didn't return to daily use. But from that moment on, Lucas felt its shape again, not as a label, but as a reminder that he was still someone, still a person, that inside the machine, under the weight of armor and routine, he had not vanished. Not completely. You couldn't hear your own name anymore, not like before. But sometimes, in the right moment, from the right voice, it returned. And when it did, it felt like something pulling you up from deep water. Something saying, you're still here, still real, still yours. It began with a smell, not the kind that warned, but the kind that crept, earthy and wet, a scent that had no edges. Lucas noticed it first. He was tightening the rear panel latches. When he paused, nose tilted slightly, not in disgust, but in quiet curiosity. It didn't smell like oil or smoke or sweat. It smelled like the forest floor after rainfall. He looked down, and there it was. A thin streak of brown had found its way through the gap near the drainage slot beneath the loader's seat. At first, it was just a trail, then a puddle, then something more. The others didn't see it right away. Victor was too busy repairing. A cable mount, his fingers blackened with grease. Emil slept with his knees drawn up, head nodding in that jerky rhythm of exhausted men. Anton was outside, checking the slope near the front track, boots cutting into the grass like lines in soft stone. Lucas said nothing. He just stared. Watched the mud stretch like it had been waiting. It didn't rush in, it crawled. 1 inch at a time, curling across the floor like smoke with weight. By nightfall, the smell had spread. It mingled with the usual scent of fuel and old breath. The floor had gone tacky, not slippery, just resistant. Lucas could feel it each time. His boots pressed down, a soft pull. A quiet complaint from the ground itself. When Emil finally noticed, he muttered a half-formed curse and wiped his hand across the edge of the loader plate. The smear it left behind was darker than Lucas expected, thicker, as if the earth had sent up something that had been buried too long. They tried to clean it. Towels, rags, pieces of shirts that no longer fit. But the tank wasn't designed for cleaning. It was designed for function, for war, not for comfort, not for dryness. The mud didn't care. It came from beneath, through a crack they had long stopped noticing, pushed up by rain and weight and time. It collected beneath their boots. It hid in the seams. It found the hollow between the tool crate and the panel, and made its home there. That night Lucas couldn't sleep. He could feel it beneath him, not just wet, but cold. Not just cold, but alive. It didn't move, not really. But it pulsed, expanded, receded, like breath in slow motion. He sat up and pressed his hand to the floor. The metal beneath the mud was still solid, but less so. Softer, like it had lost some memory of its purpose. He wiped his palm against his coat and leaned back. The sound of Emil's breathing was even. Victor snored once, then stopped. But Lucas listened to the silence beneath them. It didn't belong to the machine. It belonged to the earth. In the morning, the floor had changed. It looked darker now. Not all of it, just patches, streaks along the edges. Emil stepped in it without noticing, then grimaced and pulled off his boot. Mud clung to the sole like tar. He tried to scrape it against the hatch rim, but only made it worse. Lucas took a rag and knelt down, wiping the space clean for a moment. But the stain was already part of it. The rag tore. The mud didn't move. Anton didn't say much. He examined the panel beneath the seat, ran his hand along the seal, gave a nod that meant nothing could be done. They could fix the track. They could tune the engine, but the floor was not their enemy or their ally. It was simply the place they lived, and now the mud had joined them. Lucas began to treat it like another member of the crew, a quiet one, always watching, always waiting. It didn't speak, but it was always present. Over time, it stopped bothering him. The smell faded into the usual layers. The texture became expected. He adjusted his position when seated, learned which spots were driest, folded an old jacket beneath his knees when working near the crate. They all adapted. That was what the tank taught you. To adapt, not because you wanted to, but because you had to. The mud was no different from the cold, or the dark, or the silences that stretched too long. It was just another weight to carry. One afternoon, Lucas caught sight of himself in the reflection of the periscope glass. His face looked older, not tired, just quieter. His collar was stained with brown, his sleeves darker at the elbows. He looked down at the floor and saw the same shade pressed into the corners of the tank. It was as if the mud had crept upward, leaving pieces of itself on each of them. They didn't fight it, they wore it, carried it, became part of it. He thought about the fields they had crossed, the broken roads, the rivers swollen with silt. He thought about how many boots had dragged through the same muck, how many wheels had churned the same soil. The mud was not new. It was old, older than the war, older than any map. And now it was here, beneath their feet, beneath their breath, reminding them that the earth always finds its way back, that even inside a tank, you couldn't keep the world out forever. At night, Lucas still reached for the letter, still pressed his fingers to the crease of the paper behind the radiator pipe. But now he also touched the floor beside it, just once. A fingertip brushed across the patch where the mud had settled deepest. He didn't know why. Maybe to remind himself he was still in motion. That the tank, despite its weight, was still sinking into something. That beneath all their silence and steel, the world was still moving, still reaching up. The mud did not threaten, it did not speak, but it remained, cold and real. A part of them now, it began the same way every shot did. A call from Anton, a shift in weight. Emil's hands moving quick, practiced, sure. The shell lifted from its place on the rack, heavy but familiar. The loader chamber opened with a metallic sigh. The round slid in, clean, fit, snug, locked. Lucas felt the breath in the room change. A pause held like a held breath. A kind of stillness that didn't last long but always arrived before the thunder. He had lived through it many times. That beat between action and consequence. But this time, nothing followed. No crack, no recoil, no sound. At first, no one moved. That silence wasn't supposed to exist. When the trigger was pulled, something always happened. Even a misfire brought a cough, a stutter, something. But this time, it was as if the shot had been swallowed. The trigger clicked, then nothing. No heat, no echo. The world remained still. Lucas looked up. Emil's hand was still on the breech. His jaw tightened, but he didn't speak. Anton leaned forward slightly, as if to check the distance between time and failure. Victor's eyes narrowed, already reaching for the spare dot. Lucas was the one who opened the chamber. It resisted, not from damage, but from confusion, like the machine wasn't sure what had gone wrong either. The shell was still there, whole, unmarked, a faint scorch at the tip, but nothing that explained the silence. He slid it out slowly, arms straining, the weight suddenly more than he remembered. When it hit the metal floor with a dull thud, Emil crouched beside him, inspecting it without speaking. Lucas handed it over. Emil cradled it like a question. They tried again. New shell, new breath, the same motions. This time it fired. The tank kicked like it always did. The air filled with thunder. The smoke rushed out in a low howl. But something had changed. The sound was back, but the certainty had cracked. Lucas felt it behind his ribs, that small splinter of doubt. What if it happened again? What if the machine hesitated when they could not afford it? What if the next silence wasn't safe? They didn't talk about it. Not directly. Anton made a note. Emil inspected the breech twice more. Victor polished the empty casing and set it aside like a reminder. But Lucas couldn't forget it. Not the sound, but the lack of it. Not the blast, but the moment it refused to come. He lay awake. That night, with the image of the shell still in the chamber, the way it stared back at him like an unfinished thought. It wasn't just a malfunction, it was betrayal. And inside the tank, betrayal didn't arrive with noise. It arrived quietly. Inside the silence, Lucas began listening for the hesitation. He could feel it now, or thought he could. The tiny pause. In the trigger, the breath Emil took before loading. The way Anton's orders came a fraction later than usual. The whole tank had shifted. Not broken, not loud, but real. They trusted the machine less. And trust, once cracked, lived in every joint, every echo, every shadow. He found himself staring at the shells more, watching how they sat in their rack, lined up like soldiers, cold, waiting. Some were old, scratched along the casing, names etched into the brass in places, initials no one claimed. Emile once said the shells didn't care, they just followed orders. But Lucas wasn't so sure. After that day, he believed the shells remembered, or at least they reminded. He replayed the moment often. The sound of the trigger, the lack of result, the weight of a second stretching too far. He had lived through gunfire, through smoke and recoil and the sharp ring that followed a blast. But that silence stayed longer. It lived deeper. You expected sound in war. You prepared for it. You shaped your body around it. But silence, when it came wrong, uninvited, was something else entirely. It made everything louder afterward. Every breath, every rustle, every creak in the frame. Later that week, they drove past a ruined village. The buildings stood like teeth, broken and blackened. No fire remained, just walls, empty windows, doors hanging like questions. Anton gave no order to stop. They kept rolling. Lucas watched the rubble pass through the narrow slit of the viewing port. A dog ran between two fallen beams, silent and lean. The world was full of places that had waited too long for a sound that never came. And in those places, silence had written its name across the stones. Inside the tank, they adjusted. They always did. The shell had failed once. It hadn't since. But the memory remained, not as fear, but as awareness. They double-checked more often. Lucas cleaned the breach twice a day instead of once. Emile spoke softer now when loading. Even Victor, always the one with sharp jokes, held his breath a little longer after each shot. The machine was still theirs, still working, but now they treated it with something closer to respect, or caution. Lucas sat in his usual spot, hands resting on his knees, boots planted firm. The floor beneath him hummed softly. The last shell had fired clean. The next one would too. Probably, but still, he thought about that moment. About what it meant to reach for thunder and find only air. About how trust, once shaken, echoed longer than any blast. The moment the shell didn't fire wasn't the worst they'd lived through, but it was the quietest. And sometimes the quiet left the deepest marks. It wasn't the kind of forgetting that came with anger. It wasn't cold or cruel. It was quieter than that. Lucas stared at the folded envelope tucked against the inside of his coat, fingers running along the edges like he was tracing a scar. The last time he'd read it, the words had still smelled faintly of home. But today, they were just paper. Dry, still. He had written 3 times since arriving at this sector. Short notes, careful ones. He never said where he was, never described the tank, only asked if the tomatoes had bloomed, if the neighbor still played the violin at dusk, if anyone was listening. He checked the mail crate the same way each morning, quietly, without hope. Not because he had given up, but because it hurt less than waiting with expectation. Sometimes Emile would receive something. Folded paper, smudged in transit, always opened slowly, as if the words inside might break if touched too quickly. Victor had gotten a parcel once, a tin of fish, moldy by the time it arrived. He ate around the rot anyway. Anton never checked, or if he did it alone, without letting anyone know. Lucas watched the crate each time, but his hands stayed in his pockets. He didn't want to reach in and pull out nothing. Not again. Weeks passed. The ink in his pen dried. He tore the last blank page from his ration book and wrote one more letter. Just a few lines. Not even a signature. Folded it twice and sealed it with the corner of a bandage. Emil offered to pass it on with his own. Lucas nodded, thanked him. But as soon as the envelope left his hands, something inside him went still. It was the kind of stillness that didn't move even when the tank did. The kind that lived beneath the noise. Not grief, not yet. But something near it, he dreamed of. Their kitchen table that night. 4 chairs, 2 cups, the sugar tin missing its lid. A breeze through the open window. His sister humming while peeling carrots. His mother washing something slowly, carefully, like the water mattered. He sat across from them and spoke, but no one looked up. They kept moving, kept humming, kept rinsing. And when he reached across the table, his hand passed through the steam rising from the bowl and found only air. He woke with a start. The tank around him colder than usual, the others asleep in awkward shapes that looked nothing like peace. Lucas didn't say anything the next day, but he stopped checking the crate. He cleaned the gears more slowly, sat longer near the periscope, stared without blinking as the tree line rolled past. The letter behind the radiator pipe stayed where it was, but he didn't touch it, didn't trace the edge. He just glanced in its direction once each night, like looking at a gravestone that didn't need to be read anymore. The words were still there. He just didn't want to disturb them. It wasn't until Emil asked if he was expecting something that Lucas realized how long it had been. He looked at Emil, then at the crate, then shook his head once, a small gesture, like brushing away dust. Emil didn't press. No one ever did. That was one of the few mercies the tank gave them. Silence when they needed it. Space, even in tight quarters. They lived inside each other's breath, but still managed to carry grief like something invisible. No one asked, no one judged. The world outside kept turning. The trees kept bending in the wind. The sky kept forgetting to be blue. Each morning came with the same rhythm. Start the engine, check the bearings, wait for orders that might not arrive. Move forward anyway. Lucas followed it all, sat in his corner, ate his rations, cleaned the breach. But a part of him remained behind, not in the past, not at the kitchen table, but in the space where the answer should have come. He knew the possibilities. Mail lost, routes cut, lives ended. Without warning, but the worst possibility was simpler than that. That they had moved on. That they no longer knew what to say. That his letters arrived and sat unopened, or read quickly, or placed in a drawer and forgotten. Not out of cruelty, but fatigue, survival. Life continuing in one place while standing still in another. He tried writing again, sat with a scrap of paper balanced on his knee, pencil dull, hands steady. But nothing came. Every sentence felt wrong. Too much or not enough. He crumpled the page and stuffed it into his pocket. Let it stay there until it broke apart with motion and sweat. When he finally tossed it into the mud outside, it landed with a soft plop and disappeared. He didn't look back. That evening, Anton offered him a cigarette. First time he had ever done so. Lucas didn't smoke, but he took it anyway, held it between his fingers until the paper curled. They sat side by side near the rear hatch, the engine cooling behind them, the sky growing darker in its quiet way. Neither of them spoke, but Lucas felt something pass between them. Not comfort, not advice, just understanding. Anton had letters too, probably. Ones that never came, or came too late. Inside the tank, Lucas slept without dreams. The air still tasted of rust and heat. The shell rack still clicked as they rolled, but the silence inside him deepened. Not empty, not bitter, just there. A space where words used to be. A space that might never fill again. And yet, each night, he still glanced toward the radiator pipe. Still made sure the old letter had not shifted. Because even if no one wrote back, he could still carry the last words he received. Still carry them like breath, like memory, like something sacred enough to keep believing in. It wasn't a rule. No one had said it out loud. There were no instructions posted inside the turret, no briefing from officers telling them to keep quiet. But inside the tank, voices faded on their own. It wasn't fear, and it wasn't discipline. It was something quieter, a kind of understanding that grew between the men over time. Lucas couldn't remember when it started, only that one day the space had changed. Conversations turned into nods. Orders became gestures. Laughter, when it came, was soft and rare, like something half-remembered from before they climbed inside. The walls didn't ask for silence, but they held on to it. Every sound echoed, bounced, folded back on itself. Words didn't float in the air like they did in open rooms. They clung to surfaces, got caught between gears, died before they reached the years they were meant for. When Lucas spoke, even in a whisper, he felt the sound return to him smaller, not hollow, just misplaced, as if the tank was asking him to keep it inside, to think instead of speak, to listen instead of fill the air. In the beginning, they had spoken more. Emil made jokes that didn't land. Victor talked to himself while loading shells. Lucas asked questions no one really had answers for, but that faded quickly. The sound of the engine, the weight of exhaustion, the pressure of motion. It all pulled them inward. They learned to read each other's movements. The tilt of Emil's head when something didn't feel right. The way Victor drummed his fingers before they fired. The stillness in Anton's shoulders before issuing a command. These things spoke louder than voices ever could. And then there was the noise. The engine, even when idle, filled the cabin with a low growl. The shell rack rattled. The vents hissed when overworked. Even the armor had a voice, groaning and clicking as it adjusted to terrain. Talking over it became effort, wasteful. And in war, nothing wasteful lasted long. They conserved. Their voices like they conserved fuel, like they conserved warmth, used only when necessary, stored when not. But beneath the practical reasons, Lucas sensed something deeper. Silence wasn't just survival, it was safety. Not from danger, but from memory. Every word carried risk. Every sentence invited something personal into the open. And inside a space so small, so close, personal things became dangerous. Words reminded you of what existed outside the metal, of who you were before you stepped into the armor. And sometimes that reminder was more painful than the silence. When someone did speak, it was short. A name, a direction, a single phrase. That carried weight. Anton once said steady during a shell delay. Just that. And everyone froze, as if the word had been pulled from somewhere holy. Emil said sorry once, after bumping Lucas too hard while turning. Victor had whispered wait once, eyes wide, hand on the hatch. That one word may have saved them. All. But most days passed with barely a sound beyond the machine. Lucas didn't miss talking. not the way he thought he would. What he missed was hearing voices that weren't shaped by tension. He missed casual tones, the way people back home called to each other across streets, in shops, in kitchens. Voices that rose and fell without reason. He missed voices that weren't afraid of being heard. In the tank, every sound felt like a choice, a line you stepped over, a risk he once tried humming, a low tune from childhood. It echoed strangely in the cabin, warped by the shape of the space, the pitch of the metal. Emile looked at him and smiled, but said nothing. The moment passed, the tune faded, and Lucas didn't try again. It felt wrong, not forbidden, just wrong. Like adding color to a black and white painting that had chosen its palette long ago. When they stopped for maintenance, Lucas would sometimes sit outside on the edge of the hull, just to listen. 2 birds, 2 trees creaking in the wind, 2 distant engines he didn't recognize. Even footsteps felt like music compared to the silence inside. But when he stepped back into the tank, the quiet followed him in like a shadow. It took its place again, wrapped around them all like a shared coat, and still they understood each other. That was the strange part. The silence didn't make them strangers. It made them sharper, more aware. Lucas knew when Emile was hungry just by the way he breathed. Knew when Victor was thinking too hard by the way he adjusted his gloves. Knew when Anton didn't trust the road ahead by the way his left thumb tapped the side of the periscope. Words weren't needed. They were beyond that now. One night, Anton did speak more than usual. Just a few sentences, spoken slowly, without urgency. He talked about a town he had passed through once. By a river, with orange lanterns that hung above the streets. No one interrupted. Lucas didn't move. Emile sat still, eyes closed. Victor shifted only once, adjusting his coat. When Anton finished, the silence returned, but something had changed. Not broken, just shifted. The words stayed in the cabin like warmth. After the fire goes out, Lucas closed his eyes that night and thought of those lanterns. Of the way words could still carry light, even when used rarely. He didn't need more, not yet, but he was glad to remember that voices still lived inside them. That silence wasn't emptiness, it was waiting. No one spoke inside the tank, not because they couldn't, but because the quiet had become a language of its own, one that carried just as much meaning, one that knew when to hold its breath, one that, sometimes, said more than words ever could. It started as a whisper in the metal, a faint sound, almost dismissible, tucked deep beneath the hum of the engine and the breathing of 5 men who had long stopped speaking unless they needed to. Lucas heard it first, not because he had better ears, but because he listened differently. He had come to know the tank like a second body, and bodies gave away their secrets before they broke. The sound came just after a turn, as they climbed out of a low ridge lined with frostbitten trees. At first, it was just a rattle, soft, loose, like a screw wobbling in its thread. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes, focusing on it while the others remained still. It wasn't new. The tank always rattled, always groaned and creaked and hissed. But this one was different. This one pulsed in time with something that wasn't inside the cabin. It had rhythm. It had intention. Lucas pressed his hand to the wall near the base of the turret, fingertips grazing the bolts that held the mount in place. He felt it there. A vibration, sharp and brief, repeating like a code. When he looked across at Emile, their eyes met for only a second. No words were exchanged. Emile just shifted his weight, subtly, and reached for his tool pouch. The sound grew louder with each meter they climbed. Not much, but enough that it couldn't be mistaken for coincidence. Victor noticed it next. He raised an eyebrow and leaned into the side panel, listening. Anton, seated near the viewing slit, didn't move at all. But Lucas saw the change in his breathing. Slightly slower, sharper at the top, like someone bracing for a door to swing open in a dark room. Anton turned one knob on the radio, even though they hadn't heard a signal in days. Then he tapped once on the side rail. It wasn't a command, just acknowledgement. He had heard it too. The screws that rattled before a hit were never the same ones. They shifted depending on where the shell landed, how hard the vibration shook the frame, how the force traveled through metal that had already been shaped and reshaped by heat and time. Lucas knew this. They all did. A rattling screw wasn't a defect. It was a message, and messages had to be read quickly, or they didn't matter. He tightened one just above the ammo chute. It didn't help. The sound was deeper than the tools could reach. It came from beneath, from the bones of the tank. Then came the pause, that strange, unnatural stillness that only meant one thing in war. The world outside stopped moving. No birds, no wind. Even the engine quieted, the idling pitch thinning as if it too wanted to disappear. Inside, breath held itself. Emil reached for the shell. Victor's hand hovered near the emergency lever. Lucas pressed his palm against the floor. He felt the vibration shift, slower than nothing. For 2 heartbeats, the tank was silent. Then came the hit. It struck just behind the rear panel. A dull, blunt force that knocked every man forward. Not an explosion, not a direct shell, but something close. Close enough that the floor jumped. Close enough that the panel near Lucas groaned like a cracked rib. Sparks flew from the loaders. Edge, Emil shouted, short and sharp, but unhurt. Victor cursed. Lucas stayed down. The sound came again, this time from the right. Another impact, not as hard. The tank held. The bolts did not tear free, but the screws rattled louder than ever, like teeth in a clenched jaw. Anton barked an order: turn, retreat, or reposition. Lucas couldn't hear the exact word. It didn't matter. The tank moved, rolled backward with jerks and shudders, the treads cutting deep into the soil. A shell passed over them, whistling, then silence again, but not peace, just distance. Emil handed Lucas a wrench without asking. He began tightening the mounts along the base. 1, 2, 3, each one trembling beneath, his hand like it remembered the impact. Afterward, no one spoke. Not about the near miss, not about the screws, not about how close the fire had come. They cleaned, they checked. They ran diagnostics with tired hands. Anton inspected the armor, fingers trailing over dents that hadn't been there yesterday. Lucas finished with the last bolt and sat back, wiping his hands on his sleeve. His heart had stopped pounding, but the echo of the rattle remained. That night, Lucas sat awake longer than usual. He stared at the ceiling and waited for the sound to return, not because he wanted it, but because he needed to know it hadn't been imagined. The silence above his head was unnerving. He touched the bolt closest to his shoulder. It didn't move, but it didn't rest either. He thought about how the tank spoke in small ways, about how fear wasn't always a scream. Sometimes it was just a tiny screw spinning against its place in the world. He closed his eyes and listened, not to sleep, but to stay aware. If the screws, rattled again. He wanted to be the first to know. Because inside a tank, that was how you stayed alive. Not by hearing orders, but by listening to the things that whispered when everything else was too loud to notice. It first appeared near the vent, a flicker of movement, small enough to be mistaken for shadow. At first, no one spoke of it, just a twitch of eyes in its direction, a stiffening of posture, then nothing. The tank had become too familiar with strange sounds, unexpected shifts, and things moving without explanation. But within a day, it became clear it wasn't imagination. The rat was real, and it had decided to stay. Small and dark, its fur matted and patchy in places. It darted between the shell rack and the battery housing with practiced confidence. Lucas saw it one morning while wiping condensation from the side panel. It stopped mid-step, stared at him, with black bead-like eyes, then vanished into the vent with a flick of its tail. They didn't name it, not at first. Names were too dangerous inside a tank. Things you named, you grew close to. And everything close, in war, had the potential to vanish. So they let it remain silent. A presence, not a pet. It showed up at night, usually during second shift. Lucas, often the lightest sleeper, would hear the soft skitter of paws against metal. Not loud, just enough to know they weren't alone in the machine. It never chewed wires or disrupted equipment. It simply existed, a moving shape in a world of stillness. Victor saw it next, curled between two toolboxes during an engine check. He didn't flinch, just watched it, then closed the lid gently and moved on. Emil left out a scrap of bread once, not a full ration, just a crust from his tin. It was gone. By morning, no one said a word. They just looked at the empty spot and went about the day. From then on, the rat had a place in their routine, a silent observer, a thread of life in a place where so little lived anymore. Lucas found comfort in its presence. It reminded him that even here, in the sealed steel world they called home, something wild could still survive. The rat followed its own rules. It had no rank, no duties, no uniform, and yet it understood the tank in a way that almost felt human. It moved carefully, choosing paths that avoided vibration, ducking behind panels when the engine stirred, climbing onto warm surfaces after a long patrol. It was smart. It knew when not to move. On quieter days, the rat would sit near the exhaust pipe, curled into itself like a question mark. Emil once leaned back and whispered, without amusement, that they should start charging at rent. No one laughed, but the tension in the room eased slightly. They needed something like that, a detail to cling to, something small to notice when the sky outside stayed grey for weeks and the cold sank through their clothes no matter how many layers they wore. Anton never addressed the rat directly, but he never ordered its removal either. He knew they all did. In a way, the rat had earned its place. It didn't complain, didn't require food or water or sleep shifts. It didn't remind them of loss or danger. It just ... was reliable, quiet, present, a living thing that had chosen their company over whatever wilderness lay. Beyond the hull, Lucas once watched it clean itself with slow, deliberate movements, tucked into a corner near the rear battery. The engine was off. The others were resting. And in that soft moment, he felt something he hadn't felt in weeks. Not joy, not even comfort, just a pause. A small pocket of stillness that didn't feel heavy. The rat finished, looked up at him, and blinked once before disappearing again. Lucas blinked back. There were times it vanished for days. During heavy movement or after nearby shelling, it would hide deep in the mechanics where they couldn't reach. The silence it left behind was noticeable. The tank felt emptier, more machine than shelter, but it always returned. Thin, cautious, but alive. And when it reappeared, the air felt a little less stale, as if its return confirmed they too had survived something together. One night, during a storm, the wind howled so loud outside that they couldn't hear each other speak. Rain slammed against the hatch like 1,000 small fists. The tank rocked slightly with each gust. Inside, curled in the middle of the floor, the rat sat with them, not hiding, not fleeing, just sitting, nose twitching in rhythm with the storm. For the first time, Lucas wondered if it too had once come from a home, a nest, a family it had lost or left behind. Perhaps, like them, it had found itself inside this place not by choice, but by the strange gravity of survival. They never discussed what would happen if it died. They didn't have to, they knew. In a place where death was constant, the rat had become a quiet defiance. Something that said life could still find cracks to slip through, that not everything needed reason or purpose to matter. It mattered simply because it was there. When the rat didn't appear for a week, Emile checked the vents. Victor moved a panel near the fuel line. Lucas left a crust in its usual place. It remained untouched. The cabin grew heavier, not from grief, but from absence. But one morning it returned, limping slightly, fur dirtier than before, but alive. And in that moment, none of them looked at each other. They didn't need to. They just breathed in sync again, as if a missing gear had clicked back into place. The rat was never named, but it stayed. From then on, it was part of them. 5 men, 1 machine, and a 6th soul that reminded them they were still human. Winter didn't knock on the hatch. It seeped in, slow and bone-deep, like a memory you forgot. You carried. It began with breath, turning visible in the early morning hours, curling from their mouths like smoke from a dying fire. Then the frost arrived, not from outside but inside, forming in delicate, cruel patterns across the metal walls. Even the steel began to feel brittle, as if it too had grown tired of holding its shape. Lucas wrapped his fingers tighter each morning, not because they were stiff, but because he feared they might forget how to move. Inside the tank, warmth had always been a fragile thing. It came from motion, from proximity, from the gentle heat of bodies packed too close. But now, even that wasn't enough. The engine barely held heat anymore, and the small stove unit they had improvised weeks earlier refused to light. They wore everything they had. Layers over layers, scarves wrapped like bandages, gloves with fingertips missing, socks pulled over fingers when they needed to work the controls. Nothing stopped the cold. It wasn't just outside anymore. It had crept in, found space between their ribs, settled. Behind their eyes. Victor's hands shook when he reloaded. Just slightly, but Lucas saw it. The tremor, the hesitation, and he said nothing. They all saw each other becoming slower. Not because they were growing weak, but because the cold was stealing seconds from them, one at a time. Emile wrapped a rag around his ears, not for sound, but because the cartilage burned when the wind slid through the turret seam. Anton's lips were cracked and bleeding. He stopped licking them. He let them hurt. It reminded him he was still. Here there was no firewood, no shelter outside. The tank was everything. A shell within which they waited for something warmer. But warmth didn't come. Not from the sun, which barely lifted itself beyond the hills, not from the ground, which had frozen solid beneath their tracks, and certainly not from the war, which kept pushing them forward with promises it never kept. Each morning they woke, slower, less human, more element. Lucas began sleeping with his gloves on. The fabric itched. But the alternative was worse. Once, he'd removed them for 5 minutes to clean a stuck gear. When he looked up, his fingertips were pale grey. He pressed them between his thighs, waited, counted to 60, then again. They burned when they returned, not with heat, but with something meaner. The tank didn't apologize. It never did. The cold made everything louder. Every groan of the gears, every creak of the armor, every cough, sounds echoed more in winter, as if the frost carried them further. Lucas began hearing things at night, not voices, but small sounds. The pop of contracting metal, the breath of someone waking too fast. Once, he thought he heard snow falling on the roof. But when he looked up through the hatch slit, there was nothing but stars and ice. One night, they had to leave the engine off to conserve fuel. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. Each breath fogged the air for seconds longer than it should have. Emil curled into himself like a cat, arms around his knees. Victor paced in tight circles, muttering under his breath. Anton sat with his back to the wall, eyes closed, jaw tight. Lucas didn't sleep. He watched the frost grow across the inside of the windshield, webbing like a slow-moving river. He imagined tracing it with a finger. He didn't dare. The rat didn't appear that night. Lucas hoped it had found something warm, some crack in the mechanics where engine heat lingered. He imagined it asleep, belly rising and falling, untouched, by the same cold that wrapped itself around his neck like a noose. He envied it, not for being small, but for not knowing how cold war could truly feel. When the sun finally rose, it brought no warmth, just light, a dull, grey smear that leaked in through the periscope and painted their faces the colour of smoke. They didn't speak that morning, just moved through motions, checked systems, lubricated frozen joints, ignored the way their knees cracked when they bent. Lucas's teeth chattered once. He bit down hard, made it stop. They stayed like that, for days, wrapped in the same clothes, moving like ghosts. Only their eyes seemed alive, searching, watching, waiting for something, anything to change. When the heater flickered back to life after 3 nights of silence, Emil wept. Not loudly, just one breath, held longer than the rest. A single tear that froze before it reached his cheek. That night, the rat returned. It sat in the corner, near the warmth, not even hiding, just there, watching them with the same stillness they had shown it. Lucas offered a piece of bread, hand, trembling. The rat took it and vanished. For a moment, the cabin felt almost normal. Not warm, but less frozen. The cold would return again. It always did. It didn't need permission. It only needed time. But for now, they had a sliver of warmth. And sometimes, in war, that was enough to keep breathing. They had all heard the same thing before deployment. That if a tank was struck, in the wrong place, the fire would be instant. That the crew wouldn't feel a thing. That the blast would take the air before the mind could register heat. Lucas remembered the instructor's face, pale and distant, eyes dulled by repetition. He said it like a mercy, as if knowing your death would be fast somehow made the war easier to endure. But inside the tank, as days turned to months and stories, turned to silence. That promise began to feel like another lie they told young men to keep them moving forward. The first time they smelled burning metal nearby, Lucas felt it in his lungs before his mind understood it. The scent wasn't like campfire or candle or food left too long in the pan. It was sharper, harsher, like old wires and hot dust. It drifted in through the vents after an Allied vehicle took a direct hit up the ridge. They couldn't see the explosion, but the glow reached the edge of their periscope. Anton said nothing. No one did. Lucas sat back against the wall, his collar damp, with sweat even in the cold. He tried not to breathe too deeply, tried not to picture what fire might look like if it started behind his seat. Inside the tank, fire was the enemy that had no shape. Bullets could be dodged, shells could miss, but fire lived in every drop of oil, every scrap of fabric, every handprint left on a metal panel. It needed only a spark, a mistake, a wire uncoiled at the wrong angle. Once, during an engine check, Emil touched a pipe that had overheated during a long haul. The scream he gave wasn't loud, but sharp enough to echo. His palm blistered instantly. Lucas bandaged it in silence, heart thudding. It hadn't even been a fire, just heat, and it was enough. They practiced emergency exit drills for fire, pulling the hatch, sliding over each other, dragging one another out. But in real time, those rehearsals felt laughable. There was no clean path, no smooth sequence. If the flames came, they would not wait for turns. They would devour whatever they touched first. Victor once muttered, half asleep, that if fire ever came, he hoped it took him first. Lucas didn't respond. No one did. It was the kind of sentence you never said aloud, but he had said it, and they all remembered. There were stories, whispered over rations, of crews burned alive with fingers melted to the inside of the hatch, of tanks that became ovens, of commanders who locked the door from the outside in panic. Lucas didn't want to believe them, but there were too many silences in the field, too many blackened husks left behind on roads that once shimmered with frost. Too many times they had passed a wreck and kept driving, eyes forward, air heavy with what they weren't allowed to feel. One morning, while cleaning soot from the interior wall, Lucas found a smear of ash near the engine panel. Just a smudge. Could have been grease. Could have been anything. But it made his breath catch. He wiped it clean with a cloth and didn't tell the others. That night, he kept the fire extinguisher closer to his seat. He didn't sleep. Anton carried a burn, scar across the top of his shoulder. No one knew where he got it. He never spoke of it. But sometimes, when he changed shirts during maintenance, Lucas caught a glimpse. The skin there was warped, pulled tight like dried wax. A fire had touched him once. It had not been instant. The way he flinched when heat got too close said enough. Emil once joked, dry and low, that he wanted to be cremated. Lucas laughed without sound. In that moment, even the idea of flames after death felt like a cruelty. The fire was always here, in their breaths, in the wiring, in the possibility waiting behind every impact. They didn't need to imagine it. It imagined them. Still, the tank remained. It rattled. It groaned. It heated unevenly. And every time the engine groaned too long or the smell of fuel hung a little too thick, Lucas felt his heart grip the edge of fear. Not panic, but knowing that one day, if the story turned wrong, fire might come not as light, but as silence. That maybe they wouldn't scream. That maybe it would be fast. that maybe the lie would finally be true. But for now, they breathed. Slowly, deliberately, Victor kept a wet cloth near the shell rack. Emil double-checked fuses without being asked. Lucas watched the wiring with a lover's vigilance. Anton said little. He didn't need to. They all understood. Fire didn't need a warning. It only needed 1 second, and still they sat, one heartbeat at a time. Inside steel warmed just enough to remember danger. Each night they counted not victories, but hours without smoke. And when Lucas finally closed his eyes, he whispered a thought he never shared. Let it never be instant. Let it never come at all. There were days when time forgot its shape. Minutes lost meaning. Hours collapsed into one another like empty ration tins stacked too high. On those days, the only measure of survival was breath. And for Lucas, it became a rhythm, not because he wanted it to, but because it was the only thing left that didn't depend on weather, command, or machines. Shells fell like thunder in a storm you could not see. And in the small, suffocating belly of the tank, he learned to wait between each one, not with a clock, but with his lungs. The first time he did it, he wasn't even aware. A shell landed somewhere nearby, distant enough to not destroy them, but close enough to shake the floor and make his chest clench. He inhaled once, then waited, listened. Nothing came. Then another shell, slightly closer. He drew another breath, held it, listened again. By the third, his chest hurt, but he began to notice a rhythm. 10 heartbeats, 15, then 20, and then impact again. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. Something to hold on to when the ground shook like paper. The others had their own rituals. Emil rubbed his thumb against the seam of his pants. Victor pressed his shoulder to the panel and mouthed silent prayers. Anton stared at the ceiling and blinked slowly, as if counting stars that didn't exist. Lucas had his breath. Each inhale pulled from air that smelled of oil and wool. Each exhale was a small defiance. Proof that for one more moment the machine hadn't broken. That the world outside hadn't clawed its way in. During the worst of it, when the artillery rained for nearly an hour, Lucas kept his eyes closed. He imagined a metronome inside his chest. Inhale, 3 beats. Hold, 4 beats. Exhale, slowly, repeat. Outside, dirt exploded upward like waves in a frozen sea. Once, a blast was so close that dust poured in through the turret seam and settled in Victor's hair. He didn't brush it away. He just kept pressing his shoulder to the steel, whispering things no one could hear. They didn't talk during shelling. There was nothing to say, no orders, no plans, just waiting, listening, hoping. The next one would land somewhere else. They knew what direct hits sounded like, that deep, final crunch. The one that didn't echo because there was nothing left to carry the sound. They hadn't heard that one yet, but it waited. Always, Lucas thought about his mother once, during the waiting. Just a flicker of a memory, her voice calling him in from the cold when he was a child. The way she tapped her cup on the table when lost in thought. It came uninvited, as memories often did during fear. He used it to anchor himself. Inhale, tap, exhale, silence. A small boy remembering warmth, in the belly of a steel beast. The shells eventually stopped. Not all at once, but gradually. Like a rainstorm losing energy, the pauses between each grew longer. And with each pause, Lucas dared to breathe a little deeper. The air was stale, but it belonged to him. They didn't speak immediately. Emil opened one eye, then the other, and leaned back. Victor unclenched his fists. Anton exhaled hard. Lucas finally looked at the others. No one said they were glad to still be here, but it sat in the room like warmth. After the shelling, the tank always smelled different. Something in the metal changed. Not burnt, but cooked, as if pressure alone had altered the scent of the walls. Lucas wiped condensation from the ceiling with a rag, watching droplets fall onto the floor below. They had survived again, not because they ran or fought, but because they waited, because they counted breaths between destruction. Later that night, Victor spoke quietly, almost to himself. He said there were 37 shells. Lucas didn't ask how he knew. He didn't correct him either. Maybe Victor counted by the tremble in his boots. Maybe by the shadows on the walls. Or maybe, like Lucas, he had learned to hear the space between things and call that living. Lucas wrote a small mark in his notebook. Not words, just a line. A breath line, one for every shell. When the page filled, he folded it and tucked it behind the seat. It was useless, really. No one would read it. But he needed proof that the moment had passed, that it had shape, that it hadn't just swallowed them and left no trace. Some nights, even in silence, Lucas found himself counting again. Habit, maybe, or the ghost of memory. 4 seconds, then 6, then stillness, as if the world might remember its cruelty and return. And each time he did, he told himself this: the space between shells is still life. And as long as he could measure it, he wasn't done. It wasn't planned. Nothing inside the tank ever was. Not really. Things just happened. A screw came loose. A shift fell out of rhythm. Someone sighed a little longer than usual. That afternoon, the weather outside had turned flat and pale, like the sky had stopped trying. There had been no direct orders, only vague radio chatter lost in static. The crew sat still, wrapped in wool and quiet. They didn't ask for anything. That's when Emil pulled out the last cigarette from the wrinkled pack tucked deep in his coat lining. He didn't speak, just held it up. Victor blinked at it, expression unreadable, then nodded once. Lucas, sitting nearest, reached over and took the matchbox that lived wedged between 2 bolts. His fingers worked slowly, careful not to bend the damp wood. The first match broke. The second hissed to life with a flare that felt too bright for the dimness of their metal shell. Lucas lit the cigarette and passed it back to Emil without inhaling. There was no ritual, no toasts, just quiet movement. The kind you learn when everything else feels too loud. The smoke curled upward in lazy spirals. It didn't smell good, not really. More like paper and old wood, touched by time and fatigue. But inside the tank, where everything was oil and sweat and rust, it felt like something new, something different. Emil took the first drag, long and slow. His shoulders dropped by an inch. Not relaxation exactly, more like surrender. Then he handed it to Anton, who accepted it like a priest receiving. Confession, he didn't smoke often, but that day he did. They passed it around without a word. One puff, one breath, then another hand. Lucas held it between 2 fingers, stared at the orange tip as it glowed brighter with each inhale. He didn't even smoke before the war. But now, it wasn't about habit. It was about silence. About sharing something that didn't demand explanation. When he passed it to Victor, their fingers touched for a second too long. Neither of them reacted. Just part of the rhythm now. Outside, the wind scratched gently at the hull, barely a whisper. Somewhere in the distance, artillery thumped like a slow heartbeat. But inside, for those few minutes, the world had no orders, no names, no alarms, just smoke. Soft, dry, curling through breath. When it came back to Emil for the second round, he stared at it longer this time. Maybe thinking, maybe not. Then, carefully, he extinguished it against the edge of the ammo tray. The ember faded, leaving only the thin trail of memory in the air. No one asked why he stopped. They didn't need to. The cigarette had done what it needed to do. It had made the silence gentle, not heavy, not filled with waiting. Just a pause, shared among 5 men who had long forgotten what softness looked like. Lucas leaned back and closed his eyes. He could still feel the smoke in his throat. Not unpleasant. Just real. That night, no one mentioned it. They talked about engine noise, about the slight shift in tire pressure, about nothing important. But the quiet had changed. It wasn't empty now. It was something they had shaped together, without saying a word. The next day, Emil searched for another cigarette. He didn't find one. No one had more. And that was fine. The moment had passed. Lucas would remember it though. Not for the tobacco. Not even for the act itself. But for the way 5 men in a metal cage could still be human together, without explanation. Just breath and smoke and eyes that didn't look away. Later, when the sky turned black and the orders came through clear as crystal, they moved like they always did, fast, alert, in rhythm. But something had settled inside the tank. A hush, not dread, not hope. Just the soft weight of having existed for a moment that didn't require war to justify its place. There was a sound the hatch made when it closed fully. Not loud, not abrupt. A rounded, final sort of click that sent a vibration down the spine of the tank and into the bones of anyone inside it. Lucas first noticed it during training, but he hadn't understood then. The instructors said it was secure, said it meant safety. But months later, after enough nights spent staring at the bolts above his head, he began to feel something else. In that sound, not safety, not security, just the truth of being sealed in. Once the hatch was down, they were no longer part of the outside world. Not in the way people imagine. They couldn't smell rain, couldn't feel wind, couldn't tell. If a bird passed overhead, or if a nearby town had smoke rising from its chimneys, they were shut inside, something too heavy to move by hand and too loud to escape by thought. Lucas began to notice the way the air changed after it closed. It didn't go stale immediately, but it felt finished, like the world had been zipped, shut around them, and now only metal remained. The others felt it too, though no one spoke about it directly. Emil developed a habit of touching the bolts along the edge of the hatch every time they locked it. Just a light tap of fingers along the rim. Anton adjusted his seat 3 times after every seal, as though moving his body might remind him he was still separate from the walls. Victor kept one hand near the release latch, not because he didn't trust the others, but because something inside him needed to know the door could still be opened. The ceiling was worst during night patrols. The lights outside were dim, filtered through frost or fog, and there was no knowing what lay just beyond vision. Inside, the world shrank to the glow of dials and the twitch of movement in peripheral vision. Lucas often found himself counting the screws in the ceiling or tracing the seams between panels with his eyes. Anything to anchor the mind. Anything to remind himself that this wasn't permanent, that morning would come, that the hatch would open again, But not every hatch did. They had passed tanks before, burned out and left in the fields like hollow. Beetles, the hatches on those were sealed too, blackened, melted in place. Lucas once asked an older mechanic what happened when a hatch jammed. The man didn't answer at first. Then he just said, quietly, "It doesn't matter what happens after. That you're not getting out." Lucas never asked again. During long stretches of waiting, when movement was impossible and orders delayed, Lucas would sometimes rest his hand on the hatch above his head, not to open it, just to feel that it was still there, still intact. The only thing between them and something much worse. Some part of him knew it was just a lid, a slab of thick steel held in place by locking mechanisms, but in the quiet, it felt like the lid of a coffin, especially when no one spoke. There was a moment one morning when the hatch refused to open. The frost had built up along the seam during the night. Lucas had taken first rise and went to check outside. He pulled the lever. Nothing. Pulled again. Still nothing. For a breathless second, he thought, "This is it. This is the one that won't open, that we die behind." But then Emil leaned forward, pressed a palm to the edge, and together they forced it. The sound it made wasn't mechanical. It was almost human. A moan of release, followed by the squeal of rubber peeling back. And then, just like that air dot, they all pretended it hadn't scared them, that they hadn't imagined staying inside for too long. But Lucas knew. He saw it in the way Victor checked the latch 3 extra times that evening. Saw it in the way Anton didn't speak for half a day. Being sealed in wasn't just a condition of the tank. It was a condition of the soul. The longer you stayed in, the harder it became to believe in anything beyond those walls. One night, when the radio went silent for too long, Lucas began to imagine that the war had ended and no one told them, that peace had returned to the world. But they had been left inside by accident. That maybe the hatch would never open again, not because of violence, but because no one was left to open it from the other side. The thought stayed with him longer than it should have, but the hatch always opened, eventually with a groan, with a hiss, with the slow peeling back of weight. And when it did, the world outside never looked quite like they remembered. Sky too wide, light too sharp, smells too real. And for a few seconds, they were people again. Not machine parts, not shadows, just 5 human beings blinking into the day. Still, every time it sealed behind them again, Lucas felt that quiet pressure return to his chest. Not panic, just the knowledge that they were inside now, and that the world, whatever remained of it, was somewhere else. Every tank came with a manual, pages of diagrams and strict instructions, procedures for ignition, calibration, weapon checks, hatch release. Even the emergency pages were outlined in numbered steps. But nothing in those pages ever prepared them for the sounds. Not the expected ones, the engine growl, the grinding track rotations, the rattle of bolts with each small bump. No, those were documented, anticipated, memorized. It was the others, the sounds that didn't belong, the ones the manual never mentioned. Those were the ones that stayed with Lucas the longest. The first time he heard it, they were parked under a thin grove of trees, hiding beneath branches that barely touched the tank's shell. There was no wind, no birds, just stillness. Then, from somewhere beneath the floor paneling, came a short, dry clicking. Not rhythmic, not mechanical, just there. Lucas paused mid-bite from his ration and looked up at Emil. Emil was already staring back. No one said anything, But they all heard it. For 3 minutes, they froze. Nothing moved. Then silence again. It never returned that day. But the air changed after that. The tank had its own language. Every creak had a tone. Every hiss had a purpose. But the sounds that lived outside of that pattern, those were the ones they feared. Lucas once described them in his notebook as ghost sounds, the breath of something not human passing through wires. There was a soft scratching once, overhead, like nails against steel. Another time, a dull thump against the side when no one was near the vehicle. They checked for debris, for wildlife, for loose equipment. Nothing. One evening, while Anton tried to rest his head against the wall, a long whistle drifted through the turret chamber. Faint, barely there, but it rose and fell like wind through broken glass. Only there was no wind, and no glass. Lucas listened to it, his breath slowing. It reminded him of a kettle left too long, or the edge of a scream buried under blankets. Emil muttered, not loud, just enough for Lucas to hear. That wasn't the tank. That was something else. He never explained what he meant. Sometimes it came from the back, near the radiator panel, a clinking like metal beads tapping in a pouch. Once, Victor tore the panel off with a wrench and pulled everything apart. Nothing was there, not a screw, not a pebble, but that didn't stop the sound from returning a week later. The manual didn't mention spirits, didn't include charts for noises that came from nowhere. It only told them how to survive what could be explained in the quiet, especially before sleep. Lucas would imagine the tank as something alive, not just a shell, but a breathing, groaning, listening creature. It had moods, groans when wet, growls when turned to sharp. But the secret sounds, the ones the manual ignored, felt like whispers from the past, or maybe warnings. Sometimes they heard tapping, just 3, then silence, as if someone was knocking to come in, as if something below the dirt wanted to be remembered. Anton didn't like to talk about the sounds. Once, after a particularly long night of strange rattles, he pulled Lucas aside and said, "There's enough to fear without imagining more." Lucas nodded, but he didn't stop listening. He wrote them down. Descriptions, timestamps, placement, even drew small wave patterns for them. It gave him something to hold on to. Proof that he wasn't the only one hearing things not printed. In the index. One afternoon, while cleaning his weapon, Lucas found a tiny stone lodged beneath the sight bracket. Smooth, round. He stared at it too long. It made no sense, being there. The area had been sealed. No dust, no gaps. But the stone sat in his hand like a question. He kept it, slipped it into a pouch, didn't mention it, and then there was the voice. Or what might have been a voice. A low hum during a night drive through thick fog. The others dismissed it, said it was the engine, but Lucas swore there were syllables, fragments, not words, just the idea of them, floating between vibrations. He didn't say anything. Some things, even among men sealed in steel, were too strange to share. The manual stayed folded in the same corner. Pages marked, corners creased. But it never helped with the things that truly haunted them. Not the silence, not the groans, not the small knocks that arrived when no one moved. It told them how to drive, how to fire, how to restart a stuck crank. But it never told them what to do when the tank felt like it was dreaming, or when the walls whispered like they remembered things. Lucas eventually stopped trying to explain it all. He just listened, let the sounds pass through him, marked them, quietly, and told himself, the tank isn't haunted. It's just tired, just old, just filled with the memory of men who never made it back out. And maybe, in their sleep, they spoke. Maybe it was their way of saying, we were here too. We were sealed in. We made sounds the manual never wrote down. They didn't notice it at first. The tank had hundreds of scratches, dents, oil stains, and rust freckles that no one ever bothered to count. Most of the crew saw the machine as something half-alive, something you didn't question as long as it moved forward when told. But one evening, while Lucas was crouched behind the vehicle during a refuel, he saw something in the metal, something deliberate, not rust, not erosion, letters, not new, but not old either, carved by hand and deep enough to remain even under grime. It was just a name, no date, no decoration, just a first name. Marek. The strokes were uneven, like they had been scratched in slowly over days, maybe using a pocket knife or the edge of a broken bolt. Lucas traced it with his fingers, the grooves catching on his skin. The others were busy, checking bearings or replacing tools. But he stayed there for a few extra seconds, staring at the metal like it had just whispered something. Later that night, Lucas asked Emil if he had ever noticed the name before. Emil blinked, rubbed his eyes, then shrugged. Could have been the last crew, or maybe someone from the depot. Nobody really knew how many hands this tank had passed through. Lucas didn't ask further, but something in him shifted. The name hadn't been for show, it had been a claim. A memory pressed into the skin of the machine. He didn't tell Anton or Victor. Some things inside the tank didn't need to be shared. But once he knew it was there, he couldn't stop seeing it. Every time they parked, every time he stepped off for relief, that name greeted him like a shadow pinned to steel. Sometimes, in the thickest quiet, Lucas imagined the person behind it. Marek, what his voice sounded like, whether he had sat in the same seat, whether he'd pressed his palm to the same turret ring before firing, whether he'd died in this tank, or whether he carved his name just before walking away forever. One night, under a heavy sky, Lucas waited until the others were asleep. He pulled out his dull knife and walked to the rear panel again, not to erase the name, not to scratch beside it. He just pressed his hand against the metal and whispered the name once under his breath, as if acknowledging it, as if confirming to someone long gone that he'd been seen. Then he stepped back and stared into the dark. The next morning, the tank was covered in dew. The letters were harder to read, clouded with moisture, but Lucas didn't wipe them away. Some memories should remain blurred, others should rust in. Slowly, the name stayed with him during long hours in motion, when the tracks screamed and the engine roared. He would picture it, Marek, hanging quietly behind them, like a word not spoken aloud but always present. He didn't know if Marek had friends in the crew, if he laughed, if he loved someone waiting back home. But Lucas began to write small fragments in his notebook, lines that might have belonged to Marek. He let himself pretend, not for history's sake, but for survival. The tank had become a grave without a body, and that name, carved alone, was the only marker left behind. Weeks passed, and one day, when checking the external toolkit box, Victor called out, "Another name, this time fainter. I think it says Pavel." Lucas stood behind him, heart slowing. The letters were near the base, curved differently, not as deep, not as certain, but still human. Another memory tucked into steel. The tank had its own secret language names, whispers, fingerprints. all hidden beneath grime and heat. The manual never mentioned these, never taught the crew how to live with the ghosts of men who had pressed themselves into bolts and beams. But Lucas learned, quietly, respectfully. He never carved his own name, not because he didn't want to be remembered, but because something inside him believed that being remembered wasn't something you claimed for yourself. It had to be granted, like breath, like forgiveness, or like a whisper behind a rear panel when no one's watching. There was a certain kind of oil they used only during long patrols, thick and golden black, stored in a dented metal can that always left a dark ring wherever it sat. Lucas never thought much of it until one afternoon when the can was cracked open beside the gunner's seat. The smell drifted out like it had been sealed there for years. Sharp, bitter, but oddly sweet at the edges. He inhaled it without thinking, and then froze. For the briefest moment, it wasn't oil anymore. It was something else, something older, something that lived in memory. It hit him with the softness of a childhood he had stopped revisiting. The scent of the workshop behind his house, where his father used to polish old machines, where the floorboards were sticky with varnish and the windows let in narrow streams of late sunlight. He remembered a brass pocket watch disassembled on a cloth, its tiny screws scattered like seeds. He remembered silence there, not from fear, but from focus. The kind of quiet that only exists when someone is lost in a task they love. That smelled the oil, or whatever lived beneath. It dragged him backward into that space. Inside the tank, the scent stuck to everything. Emil rubbed it into the turret gears. Anton smeared a little too much across the firing mechanism. It coated their fingers, darkened their sleeves. The metal absorbed it, so did the cloth. Victor lit a match nearby once, and the smoke carried. The oils sent across the entire hull. They joked that even the air outside must smell like it now. But Lucas wasn't laughing. He could and single quotes, because each time it hit him, he remembered something else. His mother's coat after she'd returned from the market, the corner of the cloth where she'd rested her hand, the cellar lamp that always burned a little too bright when the door creaked open. It was all tied together now. That oil had stitched the past into the present, and once it did, he couldn't escape it. During downtime, when the engine cooled and no one spoke, Lucas would sit near the oil can just to breathe it in, not deeply, just enough to bring the ghosts closer. Not the frightening kind, the kind that waited patiently. He wondered if the others felt it too. If Emil wiped his hands against the metal not because of habit, but because it made him feel tethered to something that came before. Or if Anton kept the same rag for too long because the scent on it reminded him of something no longer within reach. They never talked about it, not directly, but one evening, when the sun bled low across the fields and painted the tank in long gold shadows, Lucas caught Emil sniffing his own sleeve. Just for a second. A moment so brief it might have been mistaken for fatigue. But Lucas knew. He knew the oil was more than lubricant. It was history disguised as machinery. He tried writing about it in his notebook. Tried to describe the feeling of remembering things through scent. But no words felt right, so he drew instead. Simple sketches of the tools from his father's bench. A chipped mug, a keyhole, a broom leaning against a wall. None of it belonged in a war journal, and maybe that's why he did it. To make space. Inside himself, where war wasn't allowed. There came a night when the oil spilled. Anton knocked the can over by accident while repositioning his boots. It poured out fast, slipping into the floor grates, creeping under the pedals, staining the thin matting. No one shouted, they just stared. The tank filled with that rich, familiar scent all at once, suffocating and soft. Lucas didn't clean it up right away. He crouched there, knees pressed to steel, watching it soak and settle like it had found its way home. After that, the scent never fully left. It lingered in corners, rose from the floor when it got too warm, clung to their uniforms even when washed with soap and rationed water. Emil said once offhandedly, "The tank smells like it remembers us." Lucas nodded, but didn't reply, because in that moment he understood something quietly devastating. Maybe it wasn't just them remembering. The world, maybe the machine was remembering too, not with thoughts, but with residue, with scent, with the way its walls echoed even after everyone had gone quiet. Some mornings, Lucas hoped the smell would fade, that it would lose its hold over his memories. But it didn't. Even after miles of mud and ash, even after being shelled from a nearby ridge, the oil stayed, carried their lives inside it, not as a curse, but as a kind of anchor dot. And in the dark, when the others finally drifted to sleep, Lucas would press his fingers to the stained floor and close his eyes. Not to pray, not to escape, just to remember, to hold on to something softer than war, something warm and golden and lost. It began with a quiet morning, the kind that didn't look different on the surface, but carried something strange underneath. The tank had been parked near a line of half-frozen trees, branches clinging to their last frost. The crew moved slower than usual. No direct orders had come through the radio yet. The cold didn't bite the same way, and the sky held that pale shade of grey that blurred time. Lucas sat inside, legs pulled close, staring at the turrets. Curve for too long. Then Emil asked, half whispered, half serious, "What day is it?" No one answered. Not because they didn't hear him, but because they didn't know. Victor looked at Anton. Anton looked at Lucas. Lucas blinked. His mind tried to search for a number, a weekday, a reason. Nothing came, just the cold, just the sound of breath in metal. It wasn't that he had forgotten it was that time, had collapsed, smoothed itself out so completely that the very idea of a day seemed unnecessary. Time was just forward and not forward, motion or stillness, that was all. Back when they first entered the crew, they tracked days religiously, marked them in notebooks, counted down rotations, even celebrated little things. But somewhere along the line, it all dissolved. Lucas didn't remember the last Sunday, or if there had even been a Sunday recently. He couldn't tell if it was winter fading into spring, or spring pretending to be winter. The world outside was colourless, and inside, the glow of the dials never changed. Later that same morning, Lucas opened his notebook to look for a date. The last one he'd written was 2 pages back. A shaky number, circled once, then abandoned. He couldn't even remember what it had meant. They weren't close to any village. There were no church bells or newspaper slips. No calendars. Number. Clocks, except the cracked one Emil wore on his wrist, and even that was stuck an hour behind, ticking stubbornly as if time still mattered. It wasn't just the day. They couldn't place the week. Lucas began to wonder how long it had been since he'd heard a bird, or seen someone not in uniform. The trees outside didn't shed leaves anymore, they just stood, silent and unchanging. The ground didn't seem wet or dry, just present, existing because it had to. That afternoon, Lucas sat beside Anton, while they shared boiled potatoes from a tin. Anton suddenly said, "My sister used to bake on Fridays." It came out of nowhere. Lucas nodded. "Did she bake well?" "Not really," Anton smiled, "but the house always smelled like cinnamon. That's how I knew it was the end of the week." They sat in silence afterward. Neither one of them could say whether today was Friday or something far from it. Evenings blurred, worst of all. There was no sunset inside a tank, just the dimming of the light through the slats. Lucas sometimes closed his eyes and tried to picture the shift of sky colors he once knew. The pinks, the golds, the slow fade of blue into velvet. But all that had flattened into a single shade of forgetting. He missed dusk most of all, not because of what it looked like, but because of what it marked. A boundary, a signal that time was still being kept somewhere once. When they passed a burned-out building, Emil pointed at a wall and said, "That shop used to be closed on Mondays." Lucas tried to smile, but the truth landed differently. He couldn't remember what Monday was supposed to feel like. The weight of beginnings, the sigh of obligations. None of it fit in here. In the tank, the only day that mattered was the one you survived. Lucas began labeling pages with new names. Not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but terms like day with smoke or quiet day, or day when radio failed again. It helped a little, gave shape to the void, but it also reminded him how far they'd drifted from the rhythm of the outside world, how unmoored they had become. That night, he dreamed of a classroom, rows of wooden desks, chalk on fingertips, a small calendar tacked beside the blackboard. It was marked with a red circle, someone's birthday maybe. When Lucas woke, he tried to hold onto that calendar, the smell of dust on paper, but it slipped through him, like time always did in the tank. In the morning, no one brought it up again. The day began as it always did. A hand on the ignition switch, a crackle from the radio, a cough echoing off the walls, the sound of the tank awakening. Time, in this world, wasn't measured by sun or season. It was measured in fuel, in silence, in the distance between the next explosion and the one before it. And so they moved forward into another unnamed day, one more moment without a label. But maybe, Lucas thought, that was okay. Maybe when the world became too loud, the soul needed to forget time in order to remember how to breathe. They had always been careful with water. Rationed, watched, measured. In the tight world of the tank, water wasn't just a necessity, was a luxury, a presence that needed constant guarding. They stored it in dented canisters, recycled heat to prevent freezing, and sometimes even argued quietly over who had used too much. So when Lucas lifted the small lid on the internal reserve tank that day and saw something dark bobbing in the surface, his chest went still. At first he thought it was dirt, or a rag someone had dropped. But as he leaned closer and dipped a hand into the cool, stagnant water, his fingers brushed against soft fabric, not a cloth, a glove, floating, soggy, quiet, lifeless. It turned slowly as the water shifted, the fingers pale with immersion, one seam unraveling near the thumb. He pulled it out, and it hung limp in his hand like something forgotten too long. The glove wasn't anyone's from their crew, he asked. One by one, Emil inspected it and shook his head. Victor frowned. "Not mine," he said. "I don't." Where brown, Anton didn't even touch it. Just said, "Looks old." Lucas didn't ask further. He knew what they were all thinking, but wouldn't say aloud. The glove didn't belong here, which meant someone else had left it behind. He dried it gently with a rag, though he wasn't sure why. Habit, maybe, or respect. It was thick leather, stitched with care, a small tag at the base with letters too faded to read. For a while, it just sat on the corner shelf beside the bolt gauge, watching them all like a soft eye. No one moved it. It became a new object in the tank's quiet ecosystem, a memory without an owner. That night, Lucas lay awake, listening to the hum of the engine's slow cool-down. The glove had reminded him of something distant, his grandfather's hands, rough, always covered in wool during winter. The way he used to hold apples with both palms like they were heavy coins. The glove wasn't the same, but it brought that same stillness, that same moment of being held without speaking. Over the next few days, Lucas began imagining the glove's story. Who had worn it? Who had lost it? Maybe it had slipped off during a panic. Or maybe it was placed there on purpose, left behind as a token, a message, a farewell. Maybe the last crew hadn't all made it out. Maybe one of them had known they wouldn't. And maybe this glove was the only trace of them still floating. In silence, he started writing again. Not in sentences this time, just words. Words that felt like the glove, damp, forgotten, tired. He let them fall into his notebook like leaves. Let them pile up without needing to make sense. Just presence was enough. Just proof that something had been here. Emil moved it once, just a few inches to make room for a toolbox. But when Lucas noticed, he carefully placed it back where it had been. Not because it mattered, but because it felt like a thread, and he didn't want it to snap. The others understood, even if they didn't say it. After a week, the glove began to stiffen. The tank air dried it unevenly. The seams curled inward. It lost its shape, but Lucas kept it, folded gently, tucked in the space behind the map drawer, out of sight, not discarded, just resting. There were no names inside the glove, no initials, but Lucas still imagined one, something quiet, something soft-spoken. He gave the memory a face, though he never drew it, just carried it in the folds of sleep. A soldier, perhaps, or a mechanic. Someone who had touched the same controls, waited in the same heat, listened to the same hum of metal around them, and every so often, when the tank groaned during steep turns, or when the silence became too deep to bear, Lucas would reach behind the drawer, touch the edge of that glove, and remember not a person, not a day, but the strange softness that lived even inside. Machines built for destruction. The glove never smelled of oil. That was the oddest part. It smelled faintly of damp wood and dust, like an attic untouched for years. A scent not of war, but of stillness, of something paused. He didn't tell anyone, but once, in the dark, Lucas whispered to it. Just a thank you, for surviving, for staying, for reminding him that even in a place where everything was loud, where days disappeared and nights were measured in rumbles, something could still float gently, quietly, without being erased. The first time, Lucas truly understood the size of the tank, not its weight, not its height, but its closeness was not. During battle or movement, but in silence. It was one of those still hours when the engine was off, and everyone had withdrawn into themselves, their limbs folded, heads bent low, boots pressed against curved walls. The heat hung low in the air, and every breath felt like it was asking for permission to stay. He shifted slightly, his shoulder brushing Emil's boot, his back pressed against the edge of a crate. There was nowhere to stretch without touching someone else. No way to turn without a soft grunt or apology. The walls seemed to lean inward that day, not visibly, but emotionally. Lucas looked up and realized there was no sky, no air, no distance to throw his voice into. Only layers of steel and the soft breathing of 4 other men. He thought about screaming, not out of fear, but to test it, to see what it would sound like, to let something loud exist in a space that swallowed all sharpness. But he didn't. He knew the sound would die instantly, caught in cloth, chest plates, and the dull curve of the gun mount. You could shout inside a tank, but it wouldn't echo. It would just vanish, like a thread snipped short before it reached a knot. He remembered when he was young, hiding inside a linen cupboard during thunderstorms. The quiet there had felt comforting, soft, but the quiet in the tank was different. It was thick, heavy, not peaceful, but paused, like the air itself was waiting to become something else. That evening, Victor coughed loudly, and it startled Lucas more than it should have. The sound ricocheted against the walls and hit back too fast. Everyone flinched. The tank wasn't built for noise. It wasn't built for emotion. It was a box designed to move and destroy, not to hold the pressure of human feelings. Later, Anton tapped his knuckles against the side wall. 3 short raps. Too quiet, he said. No one answered. What could be said? That silence was safer than sound. That stillness was a kind of shield. Lucas stared at the hatch and wondered if it was raining outside or snowing, or if the world had stopped altogether. He pulled his scarf higher over his mouth and closed his eyes. There were moments, rare and flickering, when he forgot he was inside a tank, when dreams carried him out and let him walk along rivers or across empty roads, with wind in his hair. But then he would open his eyes, and the ceiling would be 6 inches above him, and the smell of oil and skin would return, thick and immediate. During repairs one night, they found a dented panel behind the gunner's seat. It had a deep mark, like someone had slammed it with the butt of a rifle. Emil ran his fingers over it. "Looks like someone lost their patience," he whispered. Lucas stared at it for a long time. What kind of scream had tried to escape there, and how many of them had left silent bruises on the walls? No one ever screamed in the tank. Not when shells hit close. Not when the radio went dead. Not even when they lost sight of the convoy for 3 hours. There was no room for panic. It couldn't fit. The tank demanded silence, obedience, control. To scream would mean admitting how much fear lived under the surface. And they all knew once that door opened, it might never shut again. Lucas sometimes traced words in the fog on the glass names, dates, random thoughts, but even those disappeared quickly. Nothing lasted here except breath and rust and the slow thrum of waiting. Once, in the middle of the night, he whispered his mother's name into his scarf, just to hear it, just to keep it alive. But even that felt too loud. When the tank rolled again, when motion returned and the world outside came back in fragments, he felt relief. Not because they were safer, but because movement masked the stillness. It gave rhythm to the silence. It gave them something to lean into. But even then, the truth remained. If someone tried to scream inside a tank, no one would hear it. Not really. The sound would press against steel and curl back into the lungs like smoke. Inside a space that small, the loudest things were the ones never spoken. It was mid-morning, when Lucas took his turn at the periscope. The frost hadn't burned off the fields yet, and their breath still hung in the air like soft grey threads. The tank had stopped along a narrow tree line, engine idling in silence. waiting for the convoy behind them to catch up. The forest around them was hushed, the kind of quiet that made Lucas lean in instinctively, listening for what wasn't there. He pressed his eyes to the cold metal ring, the lens already smudged from Victor's earlier shift. What he expected to see was the usual brush, broken fences, the outline of old carts or homes torn down to stone. What he saw instead froze his lungs. A child, not running, not hiding, just standing still in a clearing not far ahead, barely 20 paces from the line of trees. Alone, a little girl, wrapped in a thick blue coat, sleeves too long, the edges frayed like they had been passed down. Her boots were uneven. Her hair was pulled back messily, but her face was clear, pale, round, and she was looking directly at the tank. Lucas didn't move. He adjusted the focus slightly, the grain sharpening just enough to see that her cheeks were raw from the cold. She didn't flinch, didn't cry, just stood there like she had been placed by hand. Behind her, nothing stirred. No house, no animals, no sign of movement. She was like a ghost, too solid to vanish, too alive to ignore. He pulled back from the scope and said, very quietly, "There's a girl." The others looked up. Anton raised a brow. "Civilian." Lucas nodded. "Maybe. She's just standing there." Emil leaned over. Alone, Lucas didn't answer. What else was there to say? It didn't make sense. None of it did. Emil looked too, then Victor. One by one, each man took a glance. No one said anything right away. There was something deeply unsettling about it. Children didn't just appear like that. Not in war zones. Not in the dead hush of the woods. Victor muttered something under his breath. Lucas didn't ask him to repeat it. She could be lost, Emil offered, or left behind. But the suggestion landed hollow. She didn't look lost. She looked still, planted. Lucas felt something tighten in his throat. The child wasn't crying, and that, somehow, made it worse. They argued quietly about what to do. Maybe they should leave supplies near the edge and back away. Maybe signal her to come closer, though that felt wrong. Lucas suggested turning the tank slightly to draw attention, but no one agreed. No one wanted to be the one to move first, so they waited. 15 minutes passed, then 30. The girl didn't move. The trees didn't move. The sky above remained the same dull white, and the tank felt more like a cage than ever before. Lucas kept returning to the periscope, each time hoping the girl would be gone, that she would disappear into the brush, swallowed back into wherever she'd come from. But she stayed. At one point, Lucas whispered, "What if she's not real?" The words came out brittle. Emil looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I don't know," Lucas replied. "It just feels wrong." Eventually, the radio crackled. With an update, the convoy was approaching. Orders came to move out and continue west along the ridge. No time for detours. No time for ghosts. When they finally rolled forward, Lucas took one last look. The girl hadn't moved. As the tank creaked and growled into motion, her figure shrank in the periscope view, swallowed slowly by trees and fog and distance. No one said anything for a long time. That night, Lucas didn't sleep. He kept thinking about the stillness of her stare, the way her boots were planted, the way the world seemed to pause around her. He wondered if someone else, in some other war, had once looked through glass and seen him standing just like that, alone, still, waiting for something that never came. And deep inside, beneath all the silence, he knew that child would never leave him. Not because of what she was, but because of what she made him remember, that in war, some things are worse than noise, worse than pain. Some things simply stay, like the face of a child who did not flinch, who never ran, who just stood there, asking the world to remember her. The tank had survived more than it should have. There were days when it came back smoking, days when the tracks hissed from heat, days when the sides looked as if claws had torn through them. And yet, each time, it returned. It rumbled, it turned, it responded. It groaned like an old beast, but kept them inside, kept them moving, kept them alive. But every machine has its final threshold, and every bolt, no matter how tight, eventually learns how to loosen. It was dusk when Lucas first noticed the shift. A sound he hadn't heard before. Not sharp, not immediate, but different. A low click when they turned too far left. Subtle, nearly lost beneath the regular creaks and hums. He didn't say anything at first. Everyone had their ghosts of sound, and most things in the tank groaned like old bones anyway. But it stayed with him, that click, always when the wheel tilted past a certain angle, always in the same rhythm. Later, that night, while the others rested and the tank sat under a hollowed tree line, Lucas opened the hatch and slid halfway out into the biting air. The sky above was a shade of blue, too dark for comfort and too light for stars. He leaned down and looked at the side where the sound had lived. He couldn't see anything cracked, but when he ran his fingers along the metal seam, he felt it. A slight tremble, a pulse where there should have been stillness. In the morning, they heard it again. This time, Victor felt it in the floor plate. A small jolt when they rolled across uneven ground. Emile crouched, wrench in hand, tracing the mounting line with careful fingers. There, near the left rear axle, one bolt, thicker than the others, shining differently, a stress crack running out from its edge like a tiny river dot. Anton stared at it for a long time. "If that one goes," he said, voice steady, "we don't turn anymore. Not fast enough, not sharp enough, not in time." They all knew what that meant. The tank wasn't just a vehicle, it was their spine, their shell. If the turn failed, the tank wouldn't dodge, wouldn't pivot. And in a field of artillery, a tank that didn't pivot was a tomb. Lucas watched Emile brace a wrench against it. He turned slowly. Once, twice. The bolt held, but not confidently. Like a door that still closes but no longer trusts the hinges. They continued moving, but more slowly. Every turn was met with held breath. Every jolt a question. Lucas kept glancing at the floor, at the seam, at the ghost of the sound that now followed them like a breath behind every motion. One night, during a sudden halt, they heard it give. Not a loud snap, not an explosion, but a dull, exhausted sigh of metal, followed by the tank lurching slightly left, even though it had no reason to. Emile shouted for everyone to brace. The left track dragged. Lucas grabbed the hatch edge to stay upright. Victor swore. Anton kept calm. "It's the bolt," he said. "It's gone." They stopped in the middle of a clearing. The trees surrounding them stood quiet, bare. Lucas imagined they were watching, that the forest knew when something in a machine died. The men climbed, out, one by one, into the cold. The bolt lay in two pieces on the ground, torn not at the head, but split clean through the middle, like it had simply had enough. They didn't speak right away. There was no ceremony in a machine's breaking, just silence, and a slow understanding that something had ended. It took 2 hours to rig a solution. Emile used wire. Anton repurposed a spare part from a hatch lock. They reinforced the joint with folded metal, wedged it with their last spare wrench, and prayed it would hold. Not forever, just long enough. Inside the tank felt different after that. Not unsafe, but older, wiser, maybe. Like a beast who knew its own limits. Lucas found himself touching that corner more often, noticing its hum, feeling the place where steel once bent without hesitation. He thought of his father, fixing clocks that had stopped, not because they were broken, but because they were tired. Sometimes, his father had once said, things just want rest. Lucas wondered if tanks could want that too. And deep into the next night, when everyone else had dozed off, when the wind outside had settled into soft rustle, Lucas leaned down beside that wounded edge, laid his hand on the seam, and whispered, "I know." The walls of the tank weren't blank, not really. They were painted in army green, dulled by soot and stained by breath. But beneath all that, they held stories no one would ever speak aloud. Scratches that weren't from tools, smudges that came from fingers wiped during fear. A name carved softly into the side panel where only someone seated near the gearbox could see it. One letter faded into the next. It wasn't was a memory that Lucas had spent enough hours in stillness to hear the tank talk, not in language, but in echoes. Creaks that only happened when Emil was nervous. A shift in rhythm when Anton adjusted his seat. The smell of old smoke in one corner that never left, no matter how many times they wiped it. These were not mechanical faults. These were the tank remembering the lives it had carried. Sometimes, Lucas would press his back against the cold metal and wonder how much the walls had heard. If they could keep sound, keep sorrow, keep secrets. He imagined all the voices, Emil's, the ones who came before, whispering into the layers of paint like mist into cotton. And though no one ever raised their voice inside the tank, the space was heavy with things left unsaid. The tank had listened to panic. It had felt Emil's silent shaking after the shell passed just inches from them. It had cradled Anton's muttering at dawn when the news came that 2 tanks ahead were lost. It had absorbed Victor's long, empty stares. It had held Lucas's breath the night he almost said his brother's name out loud. It had heard prayers, not holy, not spoken to gods, but muttered requests to machines, to chance, to the fabric of luck that bound their days. Let us get through, just another hour. Don't freeze tonight. And the tank, patient and deaf, answered by continuing. There was one panel behind the gunner's seat that felt different. The paint there flaked more easily. Once, while cleaning, Lucas found a faint drawing beneath it, just the edge of it like. Someone had once sketched a house or a tree, then covered it over before anyone else could see. It made his chest ache, not because of what it was, but because of what it meant. Someone had tried to hold on to something outside, something beyond steel and orders and noise, something soft, and the tank had kept it, even if only for Lucas to find. He never told the others about the sketch. He wanted it to stay quiet, a secret between him and the walls. Late at night, when silence draped over everything like a wet cloth, Lucas would lie still and listen, not to the breathing, not to the faint ticking of the cooling engine, but to the hum of metal holding weight. It was never silent. The tank always had something to say, even if it was just in vibration, a low memory of movement. A sigh made from steel. He wondered if the walls remembered pain, if dents from previous fights still held the memory of fear, if the spot near the corner where a shell had once scraped past still flinched in its own way. Machines don't feel, they were told, but Lucas wasn't sure. He'd felt the change. After losses, after screams, the metal didn't groan the same. Sometimes he wished he could leave something behind for the walls to keep. Not a scratch, not a word, just a thought, quiet and whole. Maybe the shape of someone's hand, or a whisper folded into the seams. Something that wouldn't vanish when they were gone. He started humming once, very softly, just a tune his mother used to sing when his brother had fevers. Barely audible, he didn't expect the tank to react. But it felt different in that moment, less cold, less confined, almost listening. The others didn't ask about it. Maybe they heard, maybe they didn't. But from that night on, Lucas hummed more often. Little melodies no one remembered, old. Songs without names, he sang them into the corners, into the hatch handles, into the bolts that never turned back. And the tank, old and dented and soaked in the breath of 5 men, held those notes. It held them without judgment, without understanding, just presence, just memory. What the walls had heard, they could not repeat, but they kept it. Every breath, every silence, every hope that never became a sentence. They kept it all, quietly, forever. There was always talk about the hatch, not in official briefings or field manuals, but in quiet murmurs, like a superstition passed between generations. Every crew knew that the hatch was both salvation and trap. If it opened, you lived. If it jammed, you didn't. It was as simple and as brutal as that. Lucas had always checked it. Even when it wasn't his task, he would reach for the lever. When no one was looking, feel its stiffness, its mood. On some days it gave easily, like a door that wanted to help. On others, it resisted, dragging its weight with the groan of something tired of being touched. The hatch was overhead, and every time Lucas lay beneath it, sleep wouldn't come unless he had imagined pushing it open a dozen times. Muscle memory became a quiet kind of prayer. It happened fast. They were moving through a narrow lane, tree shadows flickering across the hull like broken wings. The radio had gone silent moments earlier. Anton had tapped it twice, frowned, adjusted the frequency, but the static remained. Then a distant echo, a whistle. Lucas barely had time to glance up before the sound landed. Not a direct hit, not even a powerful one. Just enough. The shell scraped the front panel and detonated on the left tread. The tank rocked. The air inside went solid, packed with dust and oil and sound. Lucas's ears rang. Emil shouted something, or maybe he didn't. He couldn't tell. All he knew was the tank tilted, then stopped moving. Lucas was the first to recover enough to move. The lights were out. Smoke coiled like ribbons in the air. Somewhere behind him, Victor was coughing wet, shallow. Lucas pushed toward the hatch. He grabbed the lever. It didn't move. He pulled again, harder. The handle shifted, but only slightly, like a muscle straining against its own bone. His hands slipped on soot. He braced his foot against the seat and yanked with both arms. The tank did not let go. Anton was beside him now, eyes wide, mouth moving but empty of sound. Together they pulled. Emil tried from the side. It didn't matter. The hatch had swollen from heat. The frame had warped. A bolt had bent just enough to seize it in place. The exit was now a ceiling. Time shifted. It no longer ran forward, but swelled and collapsed in pulses. Lucas heard his own heart louder than the shouting. He smelled burning metal, a sour, unnatural heat building beneath them. One of the panels near the floor began to smoke. Lucas knew what came next. Fire in a tank wasn't like fire outside. It fed on oil, on wire, on skin. It crept through vents like fingers and whispered in crackling hisses. They tried again and again. Each time the hatch felt heavier, as if it understood and chose not to open. Lucas's arms burned. His lungs ached. The tank was dimming around him. Then something shifted. A faint metallic pop. The lever budged just a little, enough for air. Anton threw his shoulder against it. Emil kicked upward. With a scream that didn't even sound human, the hatch tore free. They scrambled through. Not all at once. Not with grace, but with the urgency of men who had seen what happens when fire breathes inside steel. Outside, Lucas fell to the ground hard, his cheek pressed into dirt. He didn't move, just stared at a single blade of grass, trembling from the shockwave. The others emerged, one by one, coughing, limping, eyes wild dot behind them. The tank smoked, not fully ablaze, but close. They watched in silence, the sky above them trembling with soundless thunder. Later, no one said much. They wrapped their hands. They drank water. They sat in a line without speaking, 5 shadows beneath a ruined sky. That night, Lucas dreamed of the hatch, but not as metal. It was a mouth, breathing, deciding, and when he reached for it, it whispered back, not with words, but with the slow, ancient sound of something that had seen too many men leave too late. In the morning, they returned to the tank. It stood dark, exhausted. The hatch hung open now, innocent and wide, as if it had never resisted at all. The silence came slowly, as if afraid to disturb what had just passed. It didn't arrive like a curtain falling. It crept in, filling the spaces between breath and memory. The kind of silence that wasn't empty but crowded full of things unsaid, things seen, things too heavy to carry forward. The tank, burned and blackened in places, stood still in the clearing, not smoking anymore, not rumbling, just still. Lucas sat beside it, his back pressed against a tree that had watched the whole thing without blinking. His hands were bandaged. From where the hatch had fought back, his coat was torn along the sleeve, and his boots had a fine layer of ash on them that would never fully brush off. The others were scattered nearby. No one spoke. Not because there was nothing to say, but because nothing left would change the way this story ended. Smoke had filled the tank long after they escaped. It wrapped itself around the wires, curled into the fabric of the seats, clung to the bolts like sweat. It didn't rush to leave. It moved slowly, patiently, like it had waited all this time to finally make its home inside. Even after the fire had gone out, the smoke stayed, not as danger, but as a reminder. Lucas walked toward the hatch some time after dusk. The sky above was soft, painted in washed-out blues and bruised purples. He climbed up, placed his hand on the edge, and looked. Inside, it was quiet. The seats were darkened by soot. The floor still bore the outline of their boots. One of Emil's gloves lay curled near the side. Fingers collapsed inward like they'd never held warmth. He didn't climb in, he just watched, and listened, not for sound, but for the echo of what had been carried. The tank had outlasted so much. Shells, storms, roads that weren't really roads. But what it couldn't outlast was the weight of what had happened inside. It was no longer a machine. It was a memory now, heavy, immovable, sacred in a way no one could explain, like a grave that still pulsed. Later, Emil said they'd get reassigned. A new tank, a different one. But Lucas didn't respond. He didn't want a different one. He didn't want anything that hadn't already heard his heartbeat in fear. He didn't want a machine that didn't know the sound of Victor crying softly when he thought no one listened, or the quiet way Anton said his mother's name once in his sleep, or the rhythm of Emil's hands as he tapped 3 times against the hatch before every mission, like a blessing made of metal. They buried the tank in silence, not with shovels, but with distance. They left it behind that hill, beneath a sky that refused to choose whether it wanted to rain or shine. Lucas watched it disappear behind the trees as they walked. Each step felt like leaving a part of himself behind, not just because of what had happened, but because of what would never be spoken again. The smoke stayed in his coat. No matter how many times he shook it out, he could smell it in the creases of his sleeves, in the folds of the letter he carried in his pocket but never read. A letter from home, from someone who didn't know about the fire or the hatch, or the way Lucas now looked at metal as if it had a soul. They reached another unit 2 days later, slept on cots that weren't theirs, ate bread that didn't taste like anything, sat in silence even when laughter echoed from tents nearby. That night, Lucas dreamed of the tank again. But this time, it wasn't burning, it wasn't fighting, it was breathing slowly, like it had fallen asleep in the cold. He climbed inside, not to escape, not to fight, but just to sit. It welcomed him. The walls remembered, the bolts remembered, and in that dream, the smoke curled not as a threat, but as something gentle, like incense in a quiet church, like the ghost of breath from someone long gone. When he awoke, there was ash beneath his nails. He didn't ask how years later, no. One would speak of that tank. It was one of many, one machine among thousands. But Lucas knew the truth, that inside that narrow chamber of steel and wire, lives had unfolded. Fear had echoed, and smoke had stayed not because it was trapped, but because it had nowhere else to go. Because sometimes, after the noise ends, what remains is the shape of what mattered, not in sound, not in light, but in the places we leave behind, and the ones that never leave us.